Yeah. No. So we're gonna get started. Eyes on me. 1, 2. I'm joking. So we're gonna get started with this in the back. So first and foremost, welcome to the 4th annual Digital Inclusion Week. Yes. The fact that we're saying the 4th one, that means something. I can obviously reflect on a few things from the very first one leading up to now. But I want to give a huge thanks to everybody who's put this together. You're going to hear thanks all day. Too many people to name, and so I'm not going to get into that. But I'm just going to say, huge thanks to everybody who's had a hand in this, and all of our organizations, our sponsors who are here. We thank you. Dell, Next Century Cities, Comcast, we Ally Financial. We really appreciate the way that you all have been able to lean in. Whenever people talk about public-private partnerships, sometimes that's been a phrase that people repeat over and over and over again. The fact that we are actually doing this in real time in an actionable way, we're thankful for that and we're appreciative of that, especially on an issue like digital equity. A lot of you all remember maybe from the very first go-around, because there's a lot of familiar faces here, which I'm thankful for. But in our first go-around, we started talking about digital equity at that time. We didn't really have a pandemic to co-sign it. A lot of people just saw this as a thing, and they mentioned it in passing. They might have been aware of one group over here doing something, a few nonprofits over here, but the fact that you have a comprehensive and holistic plan and strategy in front of us, that means something. And also the fact that we have the state of Michigan here, that absolutely means something. And I'm not necessarily saying that in a way to elevate them above all others, but I am saying that for a very long time, that was a gap that is now being filled specifically in the local context in a city like Detroit. So we're thankful for that. We have a full day of panels, discussions, and networking. That is a desire of ours. It is no secret. Some of you all have seen, or all of you all have seen, that I am leaving the city of Detroit to take a position as the CEO of Digital C, as an internet provider in Cleveland. Obviously, I'm really thankful for the work, but it's a very bittersweet moment for me too. This is not something that is easy. This community has grown on me in a way that I did not expect. I remember when I originally came here, I was like, all right, 2 years and I'm out. And then, I started getting invited to things, started really just seeing community members, going to churches, and just, it grew on me. It grew on me in ways that even, before 2 years, there was people, reaching out, oh, do you want to come back home to Cleveland? I'm like, no, no desire whatsoever. And so the fact that I'm going to Cleveland from this work in Detroit, I'm not that far away. So, if people want to visit, I mean, you can. I desire that. But even more than that, I think that there's just a real unique desire to look at what digital equity actually means for cities. A lot of people will take this and they'll push it and, they'll try and talk about rural digital and they'll do all these other things. It's like, no, what does it mean for Detroit? What does it mean for Cleveland? What does it mean for cities like that? And I think that we have the ability to define what that means. We have the ability to convene. We have the ability to actually create actionable pathways for us to accomplish what we want to accomplish. And so I'm thankful for this moment of many moments. And please look to me as an advocate. I'm not going to be completely removed from Detroit because, quite frankly, might be being recorded, but whatever. The city of Detroit, from an ARPA spending perspective and where they are in their broadband priorities, significantly further ahead than the city of Cleveland. And so I'm going to be kind of looking a little bit of jealousy of seeing what people are actually doing in Detroit with a lot more certainty and trying to get Cleveland up to speed there. So I'm thankful for everybody. Thankful for the partnerships, the way you all have been able to lean in. This has not been something that's been an easy task or an easy endeavor. And the way that you all have been able to support, it's truly commendable, and I really do appreciate it. So I'm going to turn this over to Autumn, who is then going to be actually getting this thing kicked off. But I felt the need to actually provide this context from my part. And I'm actually going to be on stage pretty much all day today, too. So this isn't going to be the last time I'm going to be talking.
Awesome. Can we, wait. No, I'm not. Okay, so from Connect 313, the city of Detroit, and all of us wanted to, publicly say thank you for all of your hard work, tears, sweat, equity. Have you ever cried? Private and public displays of affection towards the city. You have literally deposited your genius into the city, and you have set us up to succeed. I think Art and I and Oscar are very grateful for your leadership in that regard. And your future is really, really bright, Josh. So if we all could just stand and give Joshua Edmonds a round of applause for his excellent leadership these past 4 years. Yes. Absolutely. When I first came to the city, I came from nonprofit. I was a little adamant about joining a municipality because I really wanted to be innovative and creative and have the leeway to try new things. And under Joshua's leadership, we've been able to do that and do some great things. So I'm very, very happy to take our plan as far as we could go under the auspice of Art Thompson, who's going to do our welcome, but also just really wanted to give you your honorary buffs. If anybody has like $3,000 that they don't, I told Josh he would have to earn his buffs, and I think he earned them. He earned them. I just don't have the money to actually buy him a pair, but definitely wanted to just give you a round of applause before you take your exit from Detroit. Okay, awesome. Bye, Josh. All right. All right. So once again, thank you all for coming to our 4th annual Digital Inclusion Week. This is the City of Detroit's 4th time doing this, like Josh said, through a pandemic. And each year it keeps getting better and better. We have more sponsors, more participation, more things for our communities to lean in on. So we want to just go ahead and get started. Art Thompson's going to give the formal welcome from the City of Detroit. And then following him, we have amazing council members who are going to give a welcome and just really show their support for digital equity across the city and just welcome you guys into this space.
Thank you, Autumn. Good morning and welcome to the 4th annual Digital Equity Conference. Josh really stole my speech. I sent it to him to proofread, and he literally just recited the whole thing now. So I'm going to have to freestyle this, so I apologize. But as Josh said, thank you so much to our partners. This really couldn't be possible without the help of all of our partners. I mean, this is one of the strongest relationships I've seen between private entities, government, having the state involved, as Joshua said. It really puts Detroit on a different level. And we are all in as a city with this initiative. And when I look around the room and I see our partners, it's refreshing to know that they are all in on this initiative as well. So thank you again to Dell, Ally, Next Century Cities, Verizon, Comcast. On behalf of Detroit, on behalf of this movement, we thank you. Thank you so much to the state. And I'm so proud to see, not only do we have our digital equity team here from the city, we have our council members here, we have previous council staff members here. This is something that Detroit believes in. So thank you guys so much for coming. The city... Darn Joshua. The city is so invested in digital equity. He's hiding from me now because now I don't really know where I was going to go with that. The city is so invested in this, and again, just so proud to be a part of it, and we're extremely excited to really push this forward. As I'm sure everyone knows, we are kind of really revamping and pushing through, even though we are losing a large member of our team. This is something that we are going to continue to push forward on. Joshua has laid a great foundation for the plan of where we want to go with this, but that's just the beginning. So much of it is going to come from the partnerships and the efforts that we do going forward. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, Joshua, for your time and service with the city. And I will turn it back over to Autumn to bring up our next speaker, or I will just introduce our next speaker. Thank you so much, Councilmember Callaway, for joining us today. I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Art. Actionable pathways. I like that, Joshua. And you said Detroit has grown on you. You have grown on Detroit. And you are one of Detroit's favorite sons. And I'm representing the entire city council. And good morning. And welcome to Connect 313 and the City of Detroit's 4th annual Detroit Digital Inclusion Week. Thank you, Art. Thank you, Joshua. And thank you, Amber, and all of the incredible people on your team for this amazing gathering. It's my honor to be here this morning with all of you to help kick off Detroit Digital Inclusion Week. This week, Connect 313 and the City of Detroit will highlight organizations and leaders who have helped bridge the digital divide in Detroit. Thank you. I'm excited about all the events and workshops, and I'm planning to return tomorrow after formal session. Across Detroit, we all understand the importance of access to computer training, media literacy, affordable devices, and internet access. Internet access, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, is a human right. Just like the water you drink and the air you breathe, there's absolutely nothing you can do without access to the internet. Nothing. I recently read an article that stated 1/2 of the entire world's population makes use of the internet, while the other half is still deprived of its benefits. I will submit to you, Detroit finds itself in a similar position, as there are communities right here in this city that don't have access sometimes due to the zip code that they live in. And in Mississippi, where my parents are from, we would say living on the wrong side of the railroad tracks. I'm proud of the work that Connect 313 and the City of Detroit continues to do in its efforts to address this issue. Digital inclusion is important for a host of reasons, and I'll just mention a few because I know you're going to hear more and more as the week progresses. It improves workplace participation. It creates new prospects for people with disabilities. It increases employment opportunities. Digital inclusion makes access to education easier for our K through 12 students, and we know due to the pandemic, Detroit students lost 18 months of instruction. And I remember Detroit Public Schools provided tablets, but some of those tablets were defective, and it added to the problem. And I remember delivering hotspots to children because they were using one laptop and one phone. I could go on and on and on about the importance of digital inclusion and access, especially to those who may be deprived again simply because they live in the wrong zip code. So welcome again to Connect 313 and the City of Detroit's 4th annual Detroit Digital Inclusion Week. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Callaway. I'm a representative from Councilwoman Mary Waters' office who's going to do a welcome on behalf of our Councilwoman at large.
All right. Is this thing perfect. All right. Thank you very much to everyone who's attending. Thank you very much to those of us from Detroit who are coming here, and thank you very much to our guests that we have who are visiting Detroit. We hope that you enjoy your time here. We hope that you continue to come and visit our fair city. As you heard from Joshua, man, this place, it gets you. It gets in your soul. And Councilmember Waters sent me here today to pass along her thanks for all of your efforts and her hopes and excitements for what we can do and what we can accomplish to make Detroit a better place for everyone. Councilmember Waters would love to have been here, but she is right now in Public Health and Safety Committee, talking about the health and safety of our community. Digital inclusion is a health and safety issue, okay? Digital inclusion is necessary for our community to truly be healthy. We talked about, Councilmember Callaway talked about how many folks in our community are left behind from digital tools and how critical digital tools are to accessing everything from education to employment to healthcare. Councilmember Waters is working very hard, along with Councilmember Callaway and the entire administration, to ensure that we can improve the quality of housing for all folks in Detroit. What does every house need? Councilmember Callaway provided hotspots. Every house needs internet. High speed, quality internet. That is how you can help students achieve their learning goals. That is how you can help educate people to take the jobs of the future. That is also how we can help seniors ensure that they can access the health care that they need to survive and thrive. Councilmember Waters is working very hard on those issues, and she is so excited to become a part of this organization and to work with you all on the initiatives that come out of it. She will be able to attend some of the future sessions, but I am very happy and very honored to speak with you all today and to pass along her remarks and her wishes and excitement for us to have a very productive Digital Inclusion Week, 4th annual Digital Inclusion Week. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, so at this time, we are going to honor our sponsors who, year after year, have really come through for the City of Detroit. Hey, Shannon, good to see you, girl. It's been a minute. And they've become really good friends of ours as well. As Joshua said, we really do thrive on public-private people partnerships. And just seeing you guys' faces and coming out has been wonderful. Our first sponsor that we're going to call up is Dell Technologies. Dell is a new sponsor to Connect Through and 3, as we welcome Bill Pop. Just want to say that they were absolutely wonderful in responding to a request for devices in order to support our neighborhood technology hubs. They donated 150 devices that will be planted in the city of Detroit across 17 locations in order to make sure that, give them a round of applause for that. So just want to give them a minute to address the people and do your thing.
Thank you so much, Autumn, and hello, everyone. Good morning. I myself am an AE from Dell Technologies. I'm an account executive, and I was also born and raised in the city of Detroit, Michigan, a proud Cass Technical graduate. Yes. And so when I received the honor of getting City of Detroit as one of my accounts, I was elated. We've been working with the City of Detroit for quite some time now, building relationships, and we jumped at the opportunity to connect with Detroit Connect 313. We thought that this was a great way for us to bridge that digital divide, as Councilwoman Calloway mentioned, and we are just so excited to continue to support the City of Detroit, starting with the 4 hubs that we are able to support. Just growing up here, we didn't have a lot of opportunity to get internet access when we left school. Like when I left Cass Tech after school, I didn't really have that opportunity. So the fact that we're able to impact the community and give our kids and just, in general, everyone in the community access to internet and access to digital literacy is something that I will remember for the rest of my life. And with that being said, we brought our senior vice president of sales for North America here. He has deep roots in the city of Detroit, and he was super excited. He didn't flinch twice when we asked him if he could help represent us. So very happy to have him.
Awesome, thank you. What a great story, eh? So I do have deep roots here, and I feel great because I got to put a suit on today and not be locked down in my office. So I was born in Detroit. I work for Dell. I've been there for 24 years working for Michael. We looked at this opportunity. We said we got to be here and we got to do what we need to do. I also, I'm on the Detroit Economic Club board, and I'm also past chairman of Cornerstone Schools on the private side. So I have a lot of skin in the game in Detroit. I love this city. I was born here, and I want to see the city succeed in a big way. One of the things, we've heard a lot of these speeches already. The challenge in our country is this. During the pandemic, Dell provided a lot of technology to a lot of students, K through 12, in our country, and it's great. And if you look at the numbers, just the raw numbers, we're basically at a 1-to-1 ratio with students, K through 12, cities, states, rural areas, and all that. What I heard today is where we want things to go, which is we want a 2-for-1 strategy. Not only it's acceptable for the kids to have a PC, but going home, let's make sure that there's technology, not only broadband, but technology in the house. And we have the resources to do it. I challenge our politicians. We spend a lot of money on the K-12 side. Let's start spending some money in the cities, at the homes, and in the broadband networks, like the councilwoman said. So listen, we're here for you. Look forward to a great event. If there's anything we can do on behalf of Dell and our chairman, Michael Dell, we're really glad to do this. And like I said, love the city. It's my city, so I'm going to be here a long time. And, you know, this is a cornerstone student. I know you love Cass Tech, too. So I'm not getting into that. But you know, some of the things that we've done around education, one of the other big programs I love, nonprofit, is SOAR Detroit. I really believe in third grade, third grade reading. And we know the pandemic's really hurt us around that area. If we can get volunteers and people to actually read with our kids in the city, it would just make a huge, huge impact to what's going on. So I think we have roughly 85,000 students milling around in the city. We want to keep them all here, create a great public school system, and go march. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate it, and let's have a good session.
Thank you so much. I believe we have a representative from Ally Financial. Yes? No? All right. They couldn't be here with us today, but they did contribute to Digital Inclusion Week, so wanted to publicly say thank you to them. And then we have Craig. Are you representing Comcast today? Awesome. Come on. This is absolutely.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Craig D'Agostini. I'm the Vice President of External Affairs for Comcast in Michigan. This is an exciting day as we kick off Detroit Digital Inclusion Week. We've been a sponsor since the beginning, and like Joshua and Art said, it's just gotten better and better thanks to them and the work of 313. It's a pleasure to be with all of you. Let me begin by first applauding the work of Connect 313. They have led the charge in this city for digital equity across the entire city. And on behalf of Comcast, it's an honor for us to serve alongside the other Connect 313 members every day. We're also excited for this opportunity to sponsor Digital Inclusion Week. This is also an exciting time for Comcast. We recently announced the launch of what we call Project Up. This is our comprehensive initiative to advance digital equity and help build a future of unlimited possibilities. And that's what Project Up stands for, unlimited possibilities. This initiative is backed by a $1 billion commitment to reach over 50 million people across the nation. Project Up encompasses all the programs and community partnerships across Comcast, NBC Universal, and Sky that help connect people to the internet, advance economic mobility, and open doors for the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, creators, and storytellers. We're now in the 11th year of our groundbreaking Internet Essentials initiative. This was Comcast's signature digital inclusion program, which combats the main barriers to digital adoption. We provide low-cost monthly service, a low-cost device, and free digital skills training. Since the launch of Internet Essentials, it has become the largest, most comprehensive broadband adoption program in the nation, where we've connected well over 10 million low-income Americans to internet in their homes. As a spin-off of our Internet Essentials initiative, and after the pandemic hit, we launched what are called Comcast Lift Zones. We understood we had Internet Essentials to connect people in their houses, but we realized during the pandemic, mostly, people also needed to connect outside the home, where parents weren't home, students needed to connect at their Boys and Girls Club or their community center. So at that time, we committed to launch over 1,000 of these lift zones across the nation. These are community center type locations where we provide robust Wi-Fi connectivity for free, and they're safe spaces for students and families to go get connected when they're outside of the home. So it was a natural spin-off of Internet Essentials. Then in the fall of 2020, we launched Comcast Rise. And this program assists minority and women-owned small businesses, the ones most impacted by the pandemic, frankly. And what we do is we provide needed resources for these organizations to participate in the digital economy. Resources like free broadband for small businesses, free phone service, free technology. But also, as a spin-off of our Comcast Rise program in Detroit, just over the last 2 years, we've given out $200 million in grants. $2 million in grants but it impacted over 200 minority and women-owned businesses in the city of Detroit. We did $1 million last year and $1 million this year, and this is, 200 organizations got $10,000 grants, so we're very proud of that. But finally, I'd just like to leave you with this. While Comcast is a global company, we're also a local company. We serve the entire city, and we truly love this city. If you get a chance to meet our team right here in the middle table, I think you'll figure that out pretty quickly. Please know that we're committed to being an ongoing partner with the city, with nonprofits, with other private organizations to help bridge the digital divide. We recognize, and 313 has helped us recognize this, we recognize the power that comes from public, private, and nonprofit partners all working together. It's going to take all of us, and we stand with you. Thank you very much.
Awesome. And with that, talking about partnerships, we are so happy to have the state of Michigan represented here today in the room. Eric Fredericks, as you come make your way to the stage, is the state's first chief connectivity officer. And so we're so grateful. Come on, him and Joshua Edmonds. They're going to do a fireside chat about what we can expect as the City of Detroit continues to engage in this once-in-a-lifetime funding, and then also extending our partnership across the state and just what the city can bring there. So thank you so much. All right.
Yep.
Test.
All right. So, I know. I'm going to keep mine straight. But, as Autumn mentioned, our partnership with the state, it's definitely a growing one, but it's very advantageous for us to do this. Not from a standpoint of the state having a lot of the federal funding, the funding was going to be passing through the state, I should say, but I think that the state of Michigan creating the Office of High-Speed Internet, that means a lot, because there's not another Office of High-Speed Internet in this country. The state of Michigan had that, and they set a really unique precedent. And so this conversation is both about, obviously, us getting to know you more, Eric, and your role, but also looking at the federal funding ahead and what we, Detroit, can do and how we best can work with the state. So before we get into that nuance, I think the very first question I would ask you is, what draws you to this work? Why this work? I mean, from a personal standpoint, everybody in this room, has a desire for digital equity, and there's obviously a reason why, we're here. But your role within the state, what's driving you in that role?
Yeah, that's a great question. And again, thanks for having me here today. It's really an honor to be here for Digital Inclusion Week. My background is not in technology. It is in urban and regional planning, community development, economic development. That's the world that I come from. And so I used to work with small communities, large communities, and help them with visioning, creating a master plan, creating a comprehensive plan for their city, and then how do we then achieve that vision? And so when I got onto the topic of broadband a number of years ago, a decade plus ago, if I'm going to age myself, it attracted me to the topic. But then taking that long-term mindset of establishing that community vision and really, how do we get there? Drawing that roadmap, I think, is what drives me to this position and what I'm most excited about with the high-speed internet office. With this new office and the federal resources that are coming, Michigan has a chance to really create that vision for itself and have the resources to implement it. And I think for me personally, that's what's most exciting. The world of community development is about equity, making sure everyone has equal access to whatever resource we happen to be talking about, whether you're on the electric utility side, if you're on the water side, we're talking here about broadband. And so I really like coming to this topic from that angle of community development, long-term visioning, and developing that long-term strategy to achieve our goal of, again, digital equity. And that's, as a state, and at our office, we're a new office, as you said, so we're working things out. We're building our staff, and the staff that we have on board now, we've really defined our mission as creating a more digitally equitable Michigan, period, full stop. And the reason we want to do that is to make sure everyone has the opportunity via technology to improve their quality of life, whatever that means for them. Whether it's economic, it's educational, it's for healthcare, it's all of these aspects of our lives. And so bringing that history of community engagement, long-term visioning, planning to the focus of broadband and digital equity is really what excites me the most about this office.
Yeah, and you know, and as you're framing that, there is something that I've heard, because Eric and I have been on a number of panels together, so this is unique for us. But as you're framing this, you know, in Detroit, when we say digital equity, we could mean something. But what does it mean when the state says digital equity? Because if you're saying we want to have a more digitally equitable Michigan, I mean, obviously Detroit is part of that, so we love to hear that. But it's like, how are you defining digital equity, and what does a digitally equitable Michigan actually look like?
Yeah, so I'll go back to that second half of the mission, is to make sure everyone has access to to technology to improve their quality of life. Now, when I talk about the work to get to digital equity, it includes all the tenets of digital inclusion work. It's quality, affordable access to a connection, right? Whether it's a wired connection in your home, it's a mobile connection for your phone, it's any and all of the above. We need to make sure all of those connection types are there, and they're presented in a way that meets the needs of the user and that it's affordable. And so that's number one. Then we look at access to devices. Adele was just talking earlier about making sure there's devices for folks, and that is something that's constantly changing too. So we have to make sure everyone has access to devices. We also have to make sure digital literacy training and cyber safety training for particularly residents is something that we keep up with. We want to make sure that if we give somebody a device, that they can use that device, again, to improve their quality of life and get access to the things that they need. And so it's a whole ecosystem of things that need to be implemented. And that's something that, again, that our office is figuring out, and that the federal government has provided us the resources with to truly start defining. I think communities know their communities best, and so we need to hear from communities about what their needs are and figure out how we as a state can marshal resources, marshal ideas and knowledge to those communities to help empower them. We don't want to be an entity that's telling communities how to work. We want to raise up those communities and help support them in their work that they're doing already.
And that's a really good point, and maybe this is a shameless plug, because you're seeing this from a statewide standpoint, but as you know, you're going through different communities. Have you seen something in the state of Michigan similar to something like Connect 313?
We have not.
Shameless plug. I know.
No,
whatever.
and it is.
Yeah.
And if we could copy that success that you've had here in every city in our state, then we're on that path to making sure that the framework for the partnerships that you've developed here can happen other places. And that's something that we need to do as a state. Again, as the state office, we need to look for those best practices. We have one here, homegrown here in Michigan, that we can look to, and then figure out how do we scale that? How do we empower other communities to do the same thing and build on that success? And that's something that we are actively working on very heavily as we start the planning process for the federal funds that are coming. And
so, we are going to shift gears at some point, but before we do that, an additional question, obviously your team you're still building your team. You have members from the state here, which again, we're thankful for that. As we look at our work in Detroit, how do we best support you and your role at the state? Because I think that oftentimes we'll see, other communities saying how they're working with their state broadband equivalent to the high-speed internet office. And I think that for us, it's a Michigan and Detroit conversation. And so how do we essentially support you all best as you are building, and quite frankly, as the federal funding is flowing, how we're going to be in more of a supportive role in Detroit?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not great at asking for help, but we certainly need it. And so as we as a state embark on a planning effort, because the state has to develop a fairly robust plan for how we're going to be spending these federal resources, we don't have all the answers. So we need to look to communities that know what they're doing and to help give that information to us so we can start developing plans again for the rest of the state too. And I think that just regular, constant sharing of information and updating so we know what's going on the ground here. It's a big city, it's a big community with lots of sub-communities that all have their different needs and wants and desires. And so if we can have that constant conversation about what's going on in your communities, what are the needs, what are you hearing, what works best, what doesn't, and help scale that to us, that will really help then drive how we can help other communities achieve the same thing. So I think that constant communication and feedback loop is what's going to help us the most.
And, you know, if you could just kind of break down the federal funding opportunity right now. Obviously, we understand that, but that might not necessarily be commonplace for folks. And so if you could just kind of break down what the future of broadband and digital equity looks like, obviously influenced by the Infrastructure and Jobs Act.
Yeah, that is the number one source of funds for this work in Michigan is coming from the bipartisan infrastructure law, with a little bit from ARPA left over with the Capital Projects Fund. So our office is going to be responsible for, you said it before, administering and sub-granting out funds. And the number one price tag for those funds is going to be infrastructure construction. We have a lot of places in the state, and Detroit included, where the infrastructure isn't there. So that we need to make sure that infrastructure is there to connect every home, business, and institution in our state. That's what the Infrastructure Act, that's where a lot of those funds are going to be going. However, the more efficiently we use those funds from the bipartisan infrastructure law, the more we can focus on some of these, what I think are much harder systemic issues to solve, of digital literacy and devices and affordability and things like that. And so we do have funds coming from the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Capital Projects Fund, and when we take them all together, and while final decisions haven't been made, Michigan, our office is going to be administering upwards of $2 billion in funding to tackle digital equity and inclusion in Michigan.
Yeah, there it is. Come on. Yeah, that's clap-worthy.
And again, it's not final because there's still some decisions that need to be made next year. But we're going to be getting things started here in early winter with an infrastructure program funded by the Capital Projects Fund from ARPA. And then at the same time, we're going to be doing this statewide comprehensive plan that I alluded to earlier that will then get us ready as a state to address the larger pot of funding that is coming. Just to give you a little bit of expectation on the timeline, a lot of the funds that the state is going to be administering won't be here or be ready to go out the door until early 2024. There are lots of pieces that need to be put in place, not only at the state level, but at the federal level as well, to make sure that those funds are allocated appropriately and that there's proper plans in place. But once we start seeing those funds flowing, I'm very excited for what's going to happen next. Because again, everything we do at the office, even if it's purely infrastructure builds, it's through that lens of digital equity. And so we want our infrastructure programs to reflect all the other issues that we need to address as well. We're not building infrastructure for infrastructure's sake. We need to be able to address everything that comes with that infrastructure once it's available and have wraparound services for folks to be able to then leverage that technology.
And, you know, just this is the aside that I'll say, because, you know, you mentioned the federal, you mentioned state, but even locally, we still need to be thinking about, as you have north of $2 billion, well, approximately $2 billion that's going to be allocated by your office. I think the thing that locally we need to be thinking about, what does digital equity mean, even from a neighborhood level, from a district level? What is the cost for digital equity in every one of our communities? And I think that what we have with Connect 3 and 3, yeah, it's an impressive partnership structure. And, you know, you all are seeing even on the agenda later on, there's an emphasis on organizing. Well, there's a reason why we're organizing. Because if we're looking at this federal funding that's going to be flowing, we need to be organized. We need to know the priorities of these neighborhoods. We need to know what digital equity means for neighborhood A juxtaposed with neighborhood B. And so, you know, that coordination absolutely does fall on us. And that 2024 timeline isn't a bad thing. Now, I will say we don't want to be in a place where we're waiting for digital equity. We obviously know that this is paramount. This is a critical need that needs to be addressed. Quite frankly, this has been an issue for a while now. But at the end of the day, a 2024 timeline does allow Detroit to be fully coordinated and be able to act with certainty and have an aura of expectation. I think right now, you're looking at it, the billions of dollars seems a bit amorphous. We're kind of looking at it and saying, oh, well, there's funding somewhere. But it's like, no, the fact that there is a deadline, or at least a perceivable deadline, it's helpful. One thing that I think would be helpful for us to hear about, you know, what, as you all are thinking right now, even from a rubric standpoint, what would be valuable for us or valuable for local communities in Michigan to be thinking about for a way that the state would be investing. How would the state be prioritizing investments? Not necessarily communities, but the strategy behind it.
Yeah, and while a lot of those details need to be worked out, the number one thing I would say is partnership. Partnership and vision, let's back that up. So vision, again, knowing where you want to go, knowing what you want as however you're defining your community, whether it's a neighborhood, an entire city, a group of townships, a county, however you're defining your community, have that vision. Know where you want to go, know what you want to achieve at the end, and then start building those partnerships. You've done a great job of building partnerships here in the city, and I want to see more of that in communities across the state, because even though $2 billion is a lot of money, it's definitely not enough to solve the problem alone. Communities are going to have to help. The private sector is going to be investing heavily in this outside of those federal funds. And so when I look at what kind of partnerships we're looking for, we need things that are creative, efficient, and transparent. Those are the three guiding principles in our office. Because we have to be creative and develop new models of doing things, and I think partnerships are really key to doing that. Whether it's establishing a new nonprofit or a cooperative or whatever it is, those partnerships are going to be key to getting it done, because we need investment from everyone to make sure that those federal dollars go far enough to solve our problem. And just on paper, they don't without those partnerships there. So we need those partnerships in place, and then we need to be efficient. Like I said, those dollars aren't going to do it alone, so we need to be efficient in how we're implementing those funds. Yes, it's a lot, but we still need to be efficient in making sure that every dollar is spent wisely, and every dollar goes towards our mission, of a digitally equitable Michigan and universal access to technology. And then finally, on that transparency side, because our office is going to be in the middle of giving out sub-grants and then being accountable to the federal government, we need transparency across the board. And so when we're talking to communities about building those partnerships, we want to see transparency in that process, right down to the street level. And then our office needs to be holding grantees accountable for making sure that they're building networks the way they were supposed to be built, and they're connecting the homes that need to be connected. And then vice versa, we need to be accountable to the federal government for the funds that we're spending. And so that thread of transparency, creativity, and efficiency needs to be run through everything that we do, and then everyone that we're giving funds to through all of these programs. So I guess those three themes plus that community partnership, I think is what we're going to be looking for as we start to embark on this process.
And I think that as we hear about that rubric, it's empowering for us, because it allows us to begin thinking about what does the pathway look forward. You all heard in my opening monologue, so to speak, of actionable pathways. And those actionable pathways are going to be rooted in the values that you're saying. And so how are we going to be creative? How are we going to be efficient? What partners are we going to bring to the table? Again, we have a really good first step here. I'll probably say it's more than a first step. I'll probably say it's a good 6 or 7 steps. But either way, we have a very good few steps that we've been able to take. And those were largely informed by the work on the ground and, quite frankly, reaching beyond, punching above our weight class here. We're making up for a stagger because it's not like there was a historic funding for digital equity that existed, namely from the government and urban communities. That has never really been the case. And so the fact that this is a moment for us right now, we want to get this right. And so I think in the spirit of getting this right, when I ask you a question, this is maybe a little bit more philosophical, visionary, but it's 10 years from now. Because that's when I'm setting it 10 years from now, because if I said 5, that's a little bit aggressive. But 10 years from now, in 10 years from now, your office is allocated north of $2 billion, and the private sector has actually exceeded that investment. I do believe that's a reality. I don't think that's crazy to think about, because quite frankly, we're already standing on top of significant investment from the private sector with Connect Through and 3 before the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. And so as you're looking at north of a $2 billion investment from the private sector, $2 billion flowing from the state of Michigan, and a very coordinated Detroit, and a very coordinated state of Michigan and communities throughout. What does it look like 10 years from now? Where are we? What does the reality look like for a Michigander in 2032? I need to do the math on that.
Yeah. No, that's a great question. And for me, if I'm looking 10 years from now, that every location in the state that needs it has a high-speed internet connection. It's a connection that meets their needs now, and then another 10 years into the future. Those connections were built with that future-proofing in mind. I don't like that phrase, but we're going to use it. Yeah. We're going to build it with future-proofing in mind, so that we're not just building for next week or next month. It's for the next 10 years after that. And so any Michigander or anyone that wants to visit or live in our great state can pick a location and not even have to think about what internet connectivity options there are. It's that universal availability is something I believe is achievable in 10 years, if not sooner, through these funds. I think you're right when it comes to the private sector investment that's coming. I agree that I don't think it's off the table to have equal, if not more, investment from the private sector as well as we're rolling these funds out. One, because it's going to be needed, and two, because it's the right thing to do to make sure that we can achieve that goal of universal availability. Now, that availability is only one piece of where we need to be in 10 years. We also need to make sure that there are permanent services in place and permanent policies in place that have changed some of these long-term, more systemic issues, these stickier issues of the digital divide, that we've incorporated digital literacy training into all of our educational opportunities across all scales of education in the state, and that training is evolutionary in that technology is constantly changing. We need to update that training. We need to make sure that all of our residents have access to the knowledge base that they need to fully leverage that technology. We've addressed the affordability challenge. The programs like the Affordable Connectivity Program from the federal government are a Band-Aid at this point. We need something more long-term and systemic to address affordability. We've solved for devices. We've set up programs that can help get devices out into the hands of folks faster as that technology continues to evolve. So again, it's setting up these systems now and using this investment for long-term change so that in 10 years, our residents and businesses don't have to think about what this is. It's just natural and innate in everything that they do.
Oh, okay. So that y'all probably should have applauded for that answer. But I mean, that's a really good answer. From an aspirational perspective, and that is a reality. I mean, the fact that we can even understand what's being said here, I'll be honest, if you said the same thing 5 years ago or 10 years ago, no, that timeline seems so far ahead. But it's the fact that I think that COVID helped. It allowed us to make up a significant stagger, even in our understanding. One thing that I'm going to kind of switch over for a second, notice the way that Eric is framing this. So on the device side, yes, that's obviously a necessity. When we're saying devices, it's a device that works best for a resident. And so tablets could be a solution for some. Laptops are going to be a solution for some. Even some of those desktop towers are going to be a solution for some. And it's really on us building a responsive digital equity, where it's like we are now actually responding to the needs as we have them in a nuanced fashion. No more sweeping things that we're going to be able to do because the last gap of people who don't have this, there's a reason why. And we need to be very nuanced and responsive to those reasons. In addition, you're bringing up digital literacy training. I think that a lot of people are oftentimes skirting by it. I'll be honest, there's a reason why. It's very, very, very difficult, one, to find a sustainable funding strategy to provide funding for training for people who might not be able to afford training. I'm not even going to say might not, who cannot afford training. It's insanely difficult at the same time to then create a funding structure to support those folks in perpetuity. That's a very difficult thing. Quite frankly, we do need to solve for that today, but the good thing is we have funding coming from tomorrow to do that. In that framing, there's other elements that you've even alluded to. There's a tech support piece here, where do residents actually feel supported with the technology that's being deployed in their communities? It's one thing to be able to say, hey, these are the computer counts, these are our household counts, so therefore, whatever ratio we have, great. But it's like if people are meaningfully using these things, those are things that we need to be sensitive to. And so in this kind of breakdown phrasing, if you just had a thing that you could just get people to understand about the digital divide, what would that thing be? Now, before you answer it, I'll go first. Yeah. So the thing that it would just irk me when I first got here. I think a lot of partners in the beginning when we were setting up Connect 313, there was this attitude of like, oh, well, what are you going to do for our organization or what are you going to do for us? And I'm like, I'm not going to do anything for you. What are you willing to commit and then how can we support? And I think that there's this notion around the digital divide that people will automatically count themselves out by saying, well, I'm not a tech person, I don't do that. And I'm like, surprised, this isn't a technical issue. This is a social one that stems from poverty and all the insidious effects of poverty. And so as we're thinking through that point, this is a real unique opportunity for us to shift the discourse on the way that people think about this issue, and essentially stop counting themselves out and saying, well, because I don't have a computer science degree, or I don't have this or that, that somehow I'm not useful. I'm like, do you live next to people? Can you knock on a door? Because if you can do that, you can then help us start realistically penetrating these households and actually shifting discourse and establishing trust. Because if no one does that, it doesn't matter how technical you are, because we're still lacking on the social awareness front. And so that's my one I'm going to throw out there. But just curious to your thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, I would say something similar in that whenever we talk about, and that's why I think changing the way we talk about this problem and using words like digital equity and inclusion, that's not something that's been around. Those words didn't exist 10 years ago when I first got into this. I think that really helps frame it from that social aspect better. We're starting to get people to realize that it's not just the wires in the ground and the signals in the air. I still combat that. Just because, so when we talk about digital equity, we're not talking about just broadband, we're not talking about mobile broadband coverage, it's more than just that. It goes well beyond, and I think that's, to answer your question, I think that's the one thing that I would love to see change, or at least have an easier answer to, is that it's not just about the connectivity, it's everything else that then follows along. And you talked about you mentioned that kind of this continuum of things that we need to address, and you mentioned technical support, and then I would add on to that, which I think is a little bit more nebulous, is the applications and uses of that technology that then come. So once, and I think getting back to answer your question about what is frustrating, it's realizing that if we don't address all of these other aspects of the divide, even after we've achieved universal availability, we're still going to be held back as a state, as a society, as a city, as a community, if we then don't have applications and uses for folks to go to. If we're not constantly evolving telehealth, if we're not constantly evolving virtual education or online learning, or the new forms of the workplace, whatever that's going to look like in 10 years and 20 years, then we've really failed. And I think if we don't get everyone access to that technology and make sure that they have the devices and the knowledge to be able to use it, we're going to be held back as a state until we get to that point. And then I think we're going to see a flood of those applications and uses just explode and really propel us even further than other places, because we've made sure that all of our residents and businesses have access to that technology. It's affordable, they have that device to connect to it, and they know how to use it. We're going to see just a million different things go forward for our state as far as the application and use of that technology. And I think getting folks to understand that, again, it goes beyond the wires, it goes beyond the signals in the air and your Wi-Fi signal and everything. It goes beyond that, I think is what is one of the more frustrating things. But we're starting to change that with using phrases like digital equity and digital inclusion. I called my mom on the way here today and told her I was coming for National Digital Inclusion Week. And she's like, well, what is that? And so my own mother, I've been doing this for 11 years now, I had to explain to her what digital inclusion was. So that's something I think it was just an eye-opener that we need to be talking about it in that way. And I'm starting to do that with this office now, in making sure that we're addressing things from that equity and inclusion perspective and using that language to help with that understanding that it goes beyond those wires and signals in the air, that it's so much more than that, and we have to address all of it all at once, all of the time.
Mom's on the wrong side of the digital divide is a thing, because my mom still doesn't know what I do either. But neither does my dad, so I'm not singling out women here. But either way, my family just doesn't know. But and wrapping this up, I think for the audience, as you listen to the state, this isn't someone local here. I mean, yes, you're local, but this is a state official bringing up things like digital equity. I'll give you all a really good example for why this is significant. I did a lot of work with, I work with other cities all the time. We kind of have our thing. We will talk, we'll gossip, we'll whatever. As we're doing this is national cities. Now, I've grown close to the city of Baltimore. And in Baltimore, they had a state broadband office. However, their state broadband office was called the Rural Broadband Office. They were setting a very clear precedent for where that funding was going to go, where their attention was going to go. And so do you really think digital equity was a thing back then? Absolutely not. Now, they could try and classify rural investment as digital equity, and I'm not against that. It does fit. But again, a lot of these state offices drew a line in the sand at the onset, and now you have those cities then looking at their states, and someone's got to apologize, and someone's got to make up for that. Thankfully, we're hearing an Office of High-Speed Internet going a different route. We're hearing a state official saying digital equity and going above and beyond the infrastructure. That is not, it's not normal, in a good way. And I think that, as we're wrapping this up, as we look at coordination, what does that mean? That's not a one-time conversation. To be very clear, us on this stage, this isn't a one-time thing. I mean, possibly me, because you all know I'm leaving. However, for you, this isn't your last time here. And, I think that there's obviously an honest effort on Detroit's side to coordinate with the state, because it's the right thing to do. And there is a real unique way where Michigan can become the most connected state in the United States. That is absolutely a reality that can happen here. Now, there's going to be some coordination that's going to happen locally. We're really going to have to over-index and punch above our weight class again. It's not going to be easy, but it's absolutely possible. And so as we wrap this up, Eric, are there any closing words that you'd like to express to the Detroit audience specifically?
I think I'm going to go back to that plea for help, in that we don't have all the answers. I think we're losing a great asset in Joshua going back to Cleveland. But building on the work that he's put in here, we need help understanding how that's a best practice. How do we scale that to other communities? Like I said, if we could have every community in Michigan have a similar program, rural, urban, and otherwise, I think our state would be better for it. And so I need to hear those ideas. I need to hear those best practices. I want to see what those partnerships look like so we can take that back and process it and help others achieve the same thing. Detroit's a shining example in this way. We want to shine a spotlight on it and then continue that work. Like you said, this isn't the last time I'm going to be here. This isn't the last time my office isn't going to be here. So we need to continue that dialogue and learn from you and hear what works in your community so we can help the rest of the state achieve the same thing. And in return, we want to come support you. As we go out and listen to other communities and see what works there, we'll bring you those same ideas as well and just continue that constant dialogue between our office and the city as well. Digital equity and inclusion, it's something that's going to impact every corner of our state. We are going to go to the rural parts of the Upper Peninsula and address and start from ground zero on what it means for them. You're so much further ahead. I want to take those same lessons to all corners of our state, and we can only do that by having that dialogue. So I would invite that dialogue between the city and our office to continue and increase as well as we move on all of these efforts.
Well, wonderful. It's a call for help. There's dialogue. We thank you, Eric, for joining us. Thank you, the state of Michigan. I think it's autumn. There it is. Thanks again, man. Great job.
Yeah, thanks, Josh.
Well, thank you so much. That was a wonderful talk. The future is bright for the state of Michigan. Very much so looking forward to keeping in touch with Eric and Allie as they lead our great state. Before we go into lunch, we really, as Josh talked about that nuanced community piece of, making sure that we have people on the ground, Connect 3 has what we call the Community Ambassadors Program, where we have hired and placed and partner with anchor organizations to place community ambassadors in each political district, and that ambassador is tasked with bringing resources dedicated to that district. And so hearing what the people need on the ground, partnering with other nonprofits, other community leaders, they are very much so connected to their Department of Neighborhood managers and other entities in the city. So we want to give space, right, for community voice, community faces, so you guys can meet our community ambassadors who are going to play a very integral part in the work around organizing moving forward. So first, from District 1, Elizabeth Garrett is going to come and introduce herself and talk about why digital equity is important to her. And then from there, we're going to ask that you grab a lunch. So after Elizabeth, we're going to give a round of applause and go grab a lunch. Thank you.
Don't forget the round of applause afterwards. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. My name's Elizabeth Garrett. I'm the community ambassador for District 1, which is Northwest Detroit. We are each hosted by an organization in our district. So my host organization is Grandmont Rosedale Development Corporation. I grew up in Northwest Detroit. I am a graduate of Renaissance High School. Yes, okay. I'm an East Sider now, but my district is still on the West. And what we have been doing is just kind of talking to organizations in that community, I know I've been working with Brightmore Artisans Collective, as well as West McNichols Business Association. We kind of just came out of the back to school season, so we did a lot of resource fairs and getting devices in people's hands as well. I know Brightmore Artisans is creating a computer lab out of their space, which is going to be really great. And then another thing that we kind of discovered at these resource fairs and events is that we would have our table set up and people from the community would come up to the table and we'd say, hey, put your name down, put your email address to stay informed. And a lot of people would tell us they don't have an email address. So this is something that kind of surprised me, or maybe we were kind of thinking like, oh, let's get digital literacy classes, let's get training. But a lot of people don't have the very basic things that we need to start being able to do that stuff. So on Thursday, I'm hosting, along with my other ambassador, a email 101 over on the east side at Ford Resource Engagement Center. So we'll be doing email training, because a lot of the stuff that we realize when we're out in the community is, it may be things that we don't necessarily think about. I've had an email address for, a long time, and probably most people have, but that's a really big barrier, that you don't have that communication to be able to talk to people or communicate or stay up to date without an email address. So that's something that we will be doing. Digital inclusion is important to me. I'm a resident of the city. When my internet goes out, it goes out often. So it's something that I experience personally. So of course I want Detroit to be better because it would help me, but also, that's what being in the community lets us know is, okay, this affects other people besides me as well, because I'm here living it, the same experience. So that's something that it's very important to me. I think that Detroit is a city full of artists and full of people who are very innovative. I think we do have something very unique and very specific about our city. And a lot of the time we don't get the resources that other places do, and we still create amazing things, and we still create beautiful and unique culture and just a Detroit spirit that we have. But we do deserve those resources. So it is very important to me, and I have really enjoyed being an ambassador. I'm excited to continue the work as we go into fall. I know we're a little behind schedule, and it's about to be time to take a break. So thank you all for being here, and let's have a great Digital Inclusion Week.
Yes, so we're at break. We have lunch prepared for you. There are boxed lunches. We're going to be COVID safe about that. If you could, grab a lunch. Say hello to someone as you're walking to grab your lunch. Come back to your table, and we're going to keep it moving. All right, thank you. All right, everyone. If I can get your attention, we're going to get started. We have another great panel. If you can, make your way to your seats. So I'm going to invite to the stage our CEO Action Racial Equity Group. This is this advisory group made up of some great business partners who wanted to lean in on the digital divide. And so they called us and said, hey, listen, we have this racial equity group, I said it right. Thank you. I got it. Thank you. You guys are so wonderful. This racial equity group, full of, some of them Detroiters, but definitely dedicated business professionals who are looking to lean in on bridging the digital divide. So with further ado, I'm going to invite Micah Burley, Program Manager of the Rocket Community Fund, Mark Greer, Co-Executive Director from Transforming Power Fund, and also this talk is going to be moderated by Mr. Sean Perdue, the Supplier Diversity Program.
Do I sit or do I stay here? I sit.
Whatever you like. How do you feel my time?
I feel like it's better.
Okay, you're going to sit. All right.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Awesome. I'm excited to be here today. Very excited and quite honestly humbled to be here with you all. Before I start, I saw a lot of Renaissance representation in here today. Felt good. I'm also a Renaissance alumnus and a proud Detroit born and raised native, and happy to launch or be a part of the Leadership and Policy Day today with Detroit Digital Inclusion Week. My name is Sean Perdue, as Autumn said. I am a Miller Knoll employee. I am a Supplier Diversity Program Manager and also a CEO Action for Racial Equity Fellowship alumnus. So I've done my 2 years and they're continuing on with some new and fresh talent and energy. And this is quite a refreshing way to sum up my experience and also, advance the work that we've been engaged in this time. Today, I'm joined by Mark Greer and also Micah Burley. We'll start our conversation today with they'll explain what they do as well in the organization they represent, and then we'll move into our whys. I'll start with my why. And my why for doing this work and being engaged this week, they all tie together. I was born and raised in Detroit, on the east side of Detroit, in one of the most underserved communities. And in many ways, the way that the community and the city wrapped its arms around me as a young black boy, especially having a family, too, that was very much so on the other side of the divide digitally. We didn't have computers or anything like that in the home, so a lot of that I had to find ways to get that access, of course, to become who I am today. And a lot of that was through work like we're talking about today, and organizations, people, professionals, nonprofit organizations, and folks who are just passionate about supporting. If it wasn't for this work, I can definitely tell you I would not be where I am today. So the way that it continues is, of course, by reaching back. And I made a mission with myself that if I was to ever become in a position where I could reach back and help someone in the way in which I was, that I would. So this is not something that's a day for me. It is the rest of my life. So I always show up in the city of Detroit and everywhere else to help anyone that in many ways, is underserved. We stay in a country that, leaves folks out. So that's my why. So I'll move on to Mark, and Mark will give an explanation around, where he comes from, and then his why as well, and then Micah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me? My name is Mark Greer. I am the co-executive director of the Transformer Power Fund. We're a social justice fund based in Detroit. We use participatory grant making to fund community organizing and power building. Also a native Detroiter, actually grew up down the street from Sean, one of the neighborhoods, Warren and Casual, and also 7 Mile and Hoover. Just been in the city all my life. Really became woke to social inequities, probably later middle school, early high school, just thinking about the educational inequities in the city, the resources. I went to DPS K through 8, and then went to UD Jesuit for high school, and just saw, got a scholarship, and just saw the access to education that I and my friends had growing up to some of the kids that, the access that they had, right? And now that I was having, and it just kind of like woke me up to that kind of inequity. And so, I went to college. Every time I came home, I went to U of M, I would take the train back down home. Every time I would go back to my neighborhood, I would notice downtown growing, right? And becoming this like really great place to be and safe, and like my neighborhood deteriorated the further east I went. And so that's really what led me into the work that I do now in philanthropy and corporate responsibility. I believe that we got to get out of this scarcity mindset that there's not resources in our community. There are resources. There are so many companies that are here. There are individuals that have made their wealth. We have some of the greatest foundations in the country here. All right, and so how do we make sure that the resources are allocated to Detroiters, allocated to the neighborhoods, and that for Transformer Power Fund, we want to make sure that community members lead the way in finding deciding where funding goes, not just being engaged, but like them deciding, being at the table. And so that is my why. That is what I'm fighting for.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, clap it up, clap it up. That was excellent. Good afternoon. I'm Micah Burley. I know many of you, but I do want to give a quick introduction. So I serve as a program manager on the Rocket Community Fund team, and I lead our digital inclusion investments, partnerships, and our portfolio. But I also serve in a dual capacity with the team at Connect 313 as a community manager, and I also support our policy, advocacy, and ecosystem committee. So super entrenched in this work and very, very proud and excited to be here alongside all of you. So I'll share a little bit about my why, and I have 3 very distinct stories that led me to this work. I'll be brief if I can be. First one, and I'll premise this by saying the reason that this work is important to me is because I believe in the necessity of economic equity. Historically, Black and brown people have been left out of the economic growth that we see, and what we do know is a way for that to be bridged is through access to technology. So 3 distinct stories for me. One, my son, when he started kindergarten, he went to a private school for 2 years because the tuition was more than my college tuition, but went to private school for 2 years. And the way that education was presented to him was very different than anything I had ever experienced. And it helped me to understand that by virtue of your economic stability or your zip code, the access to education that you have will be vastly different than children who are just a few miles up. And if we think about economic equity, the primary ways to get to more economic stability or to a higher income is through education and through entrepreneurship, primarily. Like those are the vehicles that even lead you to investing, which will exponentially grow your wealth. But education, entrepreneurship. But if you don't get that educational foundation, how do you get there? So that's story number 1. Story number 2 for me was I worked at Google in Ann Arbor for a little bit, and I realized that there were not a whole lot of people there that looked like me. And I didn't think that made sense. And I think that part of the reason was not because people who look like me were not qualified for those jobs, but they simply didn't know that it was for them. And so I think that there's an understanding of I belong in these spaces and I deserve access to equity. That's story number 2. Story number 3 is prior to the role that I have now with the Rocket Community Fund, I worked to help budding tech entrepreneurs to create their startups. And the very basics of creating a tech company, as you'd imagine, are a computer and the internet, like very bare bones basics. And not every participant in our program had the access to those basic tools to increase their economic stability or to increase the economic opportunities that would exist for them through tech. And I realized, like, let me take a step back here, because there's a foundational problem, and there's a term for that foundational problem, and it is the digital divide. These people were not digitally included completely, and through efforts of Connect 313, the work that I'm able to do through the Rocket Community Fund, I am very, very happy to be able to close that gap and help create pathways of access to the opportunities that folks deserve and need to have. So that is my why.
Incredible. You both tremendously inspire me. I've had the opportunity to work day to day with Mark, so he brings this all the time. But I'm quite honestly blown away by you as well. And it really leads into my next question as well. Considering what was even mentioned earlier about bridging the digital divide, some of us try to do it in ways that involve digital communication and things like that. And it stood out to me when the request was to, in terms of how do you lean in, sometimes it may be just going to knock on a door, because that may be the only way to access someone to help bridge that divide. And really what that says is it's going to take more than just the few of us. It's going to take all of us. And with that being said, why is it important, or why do you think the company that you work for found it important that you are a part of bridging the digital divide in the city of Detroit?
I can take a stab at it first. So a few reasons that I believe that my company found it important to engage in helping to bridge the digital divide. For one, our primary company is Rocket Mortgage. And I think what makes Rocket Mortgage so exciting is that you can apply for a mortgage online, make it a very seamless, exciting process. But if you aren't digitally included, how are you going to apply for a mortgage online? There's a problem. It's a problem. That's a problem. So just taking a step back and looking like, well, what can we do to help create access to that? But it's not just about the business. It's about doing what's right because it's right. So my team specifically on the community fund side, we have a housing stability team that has created a program called Neighbor to Neighbor, where it's literally a door knocking campaign. So like you said, a door knocking campaign to help people save their homes from tax foreclosure. But after you save your home from tax foreclosure, how do you develop stability in that home? It's the housing stability team. So just, your back taxes being paid, that's just one part of the puzzle. And we've kind of redefined the way that we as a team internally look at stable housing. And a house that is stable is a house that is digitally connected. So that is making sure that the residents in those homes have access to a broadband internet or a high-speed internet connection inside of their home, that they have a computer or a device to be able to engage with the connectivity that's there, and that they know how to use it. You know what I mean? People need to be able to access these tools to grow, to be stable in their homes, and then to grow economically or however they wish from that point forward. So, if you're not connected to the internet, it decreases the quality of your life. Even if you just want to scroll YouTube and Facebook, that's fun too. And people need and deserve those opportunities. So we as a company have gone all in with this. So, obviously I'm part of the Connect 313 team as well. Obviously my organization supports that and is excited about that. But on the other side of it, we use the Rocket Mortgage Classic, which is our PGA tour, as a fundraiser for Connect 313 to help create additional funding for the work that we do internally with Connect 313. So, and even with our Neighbor to Neighbor program, because it is a door knocking campaign, it is a data collection opportunity for us to understand what people's needs are. We've changed the questions to ask people about their digital connectivity, about their access points, and about the resources that they have to better inform the resources that we know the community needs. And then I'll add the last part of it, which is more specific to the Connect 313 side, is that because we've looked at this in such a holistic perspective, through the vehicle of Connect 313, we have like our ambassadors who are on the ground in the communities, able to answer resident questions. They serve as a liaison between Connect 313 and the residents of their communities. They know the communities. Members of communities, they know their people. And so they're on the ground, able to be supportive, able to answer questions, able to provide resources. And, so we're all in with helping to bridge the digital divide in those ways.
Yeah, you guys are like the face. That sounds incredible.
I don't know about the face,
Yeah.
but we love the behind the scenes stuff. We're just here to do the work. We don't have to be the face, but I'm cool to be on this stage.
And
too.
in that sense, I mean that you're looking at we'll call it the challenge instead of a problem. You're looking at the challenge from every angle, be it the hardcore or hardware that we need to get into homes, or the supportive services that we use to make sure that we provide sustainable solutions to families. And to me, that is not the usual way we tend to lean in. We tend to step in, do our little two-step, and then step back out, and that's it. So to hear that, it really gives, I hope what it's giving, our ideas around how we create more sustainable partnerships that really leads to a solution, a long-term solution for a community that definitely needs it. And I'll let you go ahead, Mark.
No, thank you. And thank you for mentioning fun, because I think that, in this conversation, we tend to get heady. Oh, economics, people can start business. Like, no, like, yes, and Detroiters deserve to have fun. Black and brown people deserve to also, like, have free time to scroll the internet. Like, that's okay, too. Like, we can build systems so people can have all of these things. But, digital inclusion is the future. Like, as we see in this pandemic, so much of school had to be shifted. So much, people had to, shift to work, applications, mortgages. Like, all of these things it's going to be harder to function in the, 21st century without that digital inclusion piece. And, for black and brown folk who are already systemically left out of a lot of these conversations, we have the chance to correct that in a way that goes above and beyond the call. I think it's important. Transformer Power Fund started in 2019 because there was a gap between the funding that was available in the community and grassroots organizations. And so our average grant size is $20,000. Right, we have a $5,000 grant all the way up to $95,000 multi-year grants, but those are smaller organizations. A lot of the big foundations, the state themselves don't really have the capacity to reach to grassroots organizations who are honestly doing most of the work, the door knocking, right? The voter turnout, the just education. The people that you want to reach are some of our grantees, right? And more so the people that they serve. Right, and so it's important for us to be a part of this conversation so that we can be the connector between the larger entities and grassroots communities. And those organizers are the ones that will need to reach people the day to day within their neighborhood, within just those block clubs, the churches, like those places where people are. And so it's important for us to be a part of this conversation, but also really think about not just equity, but what does it mean to achieve justice, in this sense. The fact that equity, of course, is like giving people the resources that they need, but justice is also accounting for the historical inequities that have happened. And so if you think about the history of community development, in this city, the lack of living wage jobs in the city, being able to account for those type of things when we're addressing digital inclusion.
Huge.
If I can even jump in and just to kind of double tap on what you just said, Mark, I think that the importance of having an organization that supports residents or supports the community in a grassroots way is because those are the people that the community trusts. And to provide a suite of resources that nobody wants because people don't trust the institution are we accomplishing the goal? So I think that's so important. And you also said that technology is like the future. It is the now. It is the now and the future. So this is like how things are going to be now and forward.
Exactly.
So thank you guys for the work that you do.
No, thank you. Yeah.
Totally. I feel a flow here. I feel like we got a flow going now.
It's
I
all-
knew
it's
it
all
would
you,
take a little
Sean.
time.
It's you in the suit, man.
Thanks. And really to lean into what you just said as well, Micah, it flows in well with our next topic or question. When you think about the importance of trust in doing this work and how we go about doing this work in the communities that we're in the communities that need them most, it's very important that we consider potential adverse impacts that us being a part of the business community could have in terms of doing this work. So the next question is, what potential adverse or harmful impacts could we potentially be doing in approaching this closing the digital divide work in the city of Detroit? And then following that, once you've identified the potential adverse impacts, how could we address those proactively before we do them?
I'm good. Just having done kind of corporate responsibility work and just also growing up in the city, we've seen several efforts, particularly around community development. Oh, we need a strong downtown before we get to the neighborhoods. Like we'll get there, but let's make sure we have a strong tax base and we can pay for all this stuff, right? So kind of like promising things and never kind of kicking the can down the road when it comes to the equity piece in the neighborhoods. Like we've seen that. We've seen our water privatized, right? And saying, oh, you'll get it back, but the city's in trouble, so we have to figure something out. We'll sell the pensions, we'll deal with the pensions, and then you'll get it back later. And so like there's harm already, and like the trust that you spoke about, people are skeptical when you talk. Oh, this is a coalition of businesses and government. I don't know, right? And so like, but I need you all to understand that skepticism comes from a very real place. And so, trust is earned, not given. And so it's being able to show up and do what you said, like that you are doing, have made a commitment and are diving deep, have dedicated like time to it. And like that level of just showing up and like doing what you say you're going to do over a long period of time, like is going to be important, but also being patient. When you're going to have community members, show up to these meetings and being disgruntled because it just happens, right? And so, but trusting the process, trusting community residents when they say this is actually the solution. I know, on paper the academics will say X, Y, and Z, but this is how it works on the ground. This is who you need to talk to make things happen. And so, just being conscious of that, but also. Just trust in community.
And I think that I would add that what we have seen is organizations have brought solutions to communities that the communities never said that they wanted or needed. And part of the problem is that those resources don't get used, or they're not appreciated, or it becomes a wasteful investment, if just to be frank. And so I think that that's a problem. So I think that a way that you solve that is by asking people what they want and need and giving them a voice. It's not just about coming in as a savior to save the day and provide everything that people want and need. It's about asking people what they need and working to build those solutions in tandem with them and allowing community members to have the dignity, honor, and respect that they deserve as residents of their communities, because they've lived there, they've experienced the problems, they've experienced the broken promises. So it's honoring that experience, honoring their voices, and asking questions, putting people in the communities, like the ambassadors, like the door knockers, like bringing solutions that are grassroots oriented to communities so that you have community buy-in, so that you're properly hearing community voice and understanding how to be in a place of servitude instead of saviorhood.
Incredible. Somebody, is this being recorded? I'm gonna go. Sometimes it's really just having the words to be able to express things in a way to where people understand what it is that we're trying to do. A lot of the times it is often the perception that someone wants a handout or needs a handout, and it's really not about that. It's about exercising a level of care as a business that's showing up and taking from community, be it talent, resources, or what have you, and coming back and turning around to invest in it in such a way that it really uplifts where we are as a society. And your words, I really think, spoke to that, both of your words, you too, Mark. And I purposely switched these questions around a bit because I wanted you to address that before you get into all of the exciting initiatives that both of you are a part of and in some cases leading. So before we jump into Q&A, if you all, I know you both got into a few, but if there are any, are we all, our time? A couple, yeah. So if you, any outside that you haven't already mentioned, so exciting or upcoming initiatives that you could explain to the audience.
I am happy to share. I think that all of the work that Connect 313 is doing, the work that we're doing on the Rocket Community Fund side, I think it's all very important. I think it's all very exciting. But what we do know is that there are other communities who could benefit from this level of support as well, in accessing information to provide resources to them as well. So from the Rocket Community Fund side, we have expanded our portfolio, not just our housing stability portfolio, but like I said, we're looking at stable housing as homes that are digitally connected. So our neighbor to neighbor program is expanding. We've expanded into Cleveland and next into Milwaukee and Atlanta. And so we'll also be expanding our digital inclusion portfolio into those markets as well, so that we can be on the ground supporting residents of those communities, but also continuing to double down on our efforts here in Detroit, making sure that Detroiters have access to all the things that they need and deserve. So,
Thanks, Michael.
Yeah, for the Transformer Power Fund, so we have two ways that we do grant making. One is through our community table. It's a participatory body of 7 residents, activists, artists, just community members that, we train them on grant making, and they decide where our grants go, right? And so we actually we're going to announce the new community table members for 2023 soon. The ways that you all and your networks can get involved. The second way, we run the Giving Project at TPF, which the Giving Project is a national model where we bring together a group of cross-race and cross-class individuals together for 6 months, for 2 days a month. Talk about the history of Detroit, all the social inequities, be able to explain that. The second phase is teaching you all fundraising, so that you learn how to fundraise in a social justice context. You use your networks to raise money. And then the third phase is the grant making. And so being able to come together, have a real conversation about race and class in Detroit is invaluable, but then raise the money so that you are re-granting it to community organizations. And we are looking, no promises yet, but we're looking at digital inclusion being one of those topics that we're looking to fund. And so if you're interested, make sure that you all get the link to apply for the Giving Project as either yourselves or your networks as participants. And
Awesome. Thanks to you both. Yep. Incredible work, definitely worthy of some appreciation. I'm just double checking. We have a few minutes open for Q&A, so I'm going to open it up to the audience if you all have questions. Okay. Dex? Oh, I'm sorry. Right here.
There's no contact information in this folder. Will you be able to give us that as soon as possible?
Most definitely.
Hi, panelists. Thank you all so much for this conversation. My name is Dex Roman. You all have spoken so much about the importance of community engagement, understanding what the community needs. What are, given your work and your interaction with the community, what are some of those needs that you've been finding in your work?
I think that what we have seen, and Elizabeth, the ambassador for District 1, spoke to it a little bit earlier, is that people need to understand how to use technology, and they need to be able to do it in a way that's not intimidating, and in a way that is inviting to them, because it can be a little bit embarrassing to not know how to do anything, really, and you want a safe space to learn. And so I think that that is a big part of what we have learned. I know Q will be up talking a little bit later about it, but Connect 313 has developed a digital literacy playbook to help support residents on how to develop like those basic skills. How do you turn a computer on, use a mouse, create an email address? Very, very things that we take for granted as having understanding for is I think, a big part of it.
That the accessibility piece is big, right? Being able to, one, we don't have a good transportation systems here, so having these things in the neighborhoods will definitely be helpful. But the outreach, like being asked to show up, oftentimes, so many times I hear people say they don't feel welcome in their own city, right? And that's a problem, especially when they come, downtown, midtown, right? And so make sure that that's not the case, when we're going out into neighborhoods.
I believe, yep.
We really believe that in order to make our case for digital inclusion and its impact in our community in particular, is that we need research. We need help with understanding how we should report research, how we should analyze it, and how we should report it. Are there any opportunities in that space for helping nonprofits who are wanting to include digital inclusion in their mission work and helping us understand how we need to research it and report it for its impact, not just at the state level, to secure state level support, but federal support as well?
Great question.
So I'll say that from the Connect 313 side, we publish an annual impact report that includes data on digital connectivity, or the digital inclusion score of the city, prior to that report being published, and then at the end of the year. So just to help understand where advancements have taken place. But I think that there's a lot to be done around the space of data, research, reporting, so that it can then be provided to residents or to community members, organizations, to help provide them with the resources that they need to make more informed decisions about how they serve the community. So I do think that's an area of opportunity for sure.
Yeah, 1,000% agree. Community members are experts, in the issues that they care about, and so oftentimes, again, making sure that university partners or research partners treat them as such, and it usually kind of keeps them at the qualitative side, but you can learn a lot, both quantitative and qualitatively, from community members if you know what you're looking for. And again, a part of that is asking people, like, okay, just like open-ended, like, what's going on in your community? Tell us about this particular issue, and it's on the researchers to be able to translate that into whatever format and ability you want. Great question.
Okay, thanks, Micah and Mark. And I would also like to thank the audience for being a part of this conversation, and hopefully the rest of the Digital Inclusion Week. Attend as many sessions as you can, and again, thank you all for being here today and being engaged.
All right. Thank you guys so much. This is a wonderful, insightful conversation about the digital divide and how businesses can get involved. Okay. So keeping in the spirit of giving face to our community ambassadors and our community organizers, I would like to invite you swapped it? Okay. Well, we're going to rock with it. All right. So our lead sponsor, Dan Lamont from LI Financial, is here to talk about driving towards digital equity, including an inclusion for all, a framework from his company's lens. Really grateful for LI being a new partner to the Connect 313 space, but not to the city of Detroit. So if you could, please give Mr. Dan Lamont a round of applause.
All
All right. Well, it's great to be with everybody today. If we move on to the next slide, I just want to welcome everyone and thank you for giving the opportunity to Ally to join the conversation. We've been very active as a company in bridging the digital divide, and so we thought it'd be great to share with you all a little bit of what we're doing in hopes that we can learn from each other. So if we advance the slides, perfect. All right. So, just a little bit about myself. Again, I work for Ally Financial. I've been there for over 15 years now, but always part of technology. So I'm the executive director of what we call tech strategy, and so I lead different parts of the technology organization. And so in that role, I work with community members, with our Ally participants, to make an impact in a number of different ways. And of course, our community impact is critical. And so just a little bit more about me. In terms of I think about my career and how I got into technology. It all goes back to one point in my childhood where my dad brought home a computer for me. It was at that point where I got hooked, and sort of the rest of it is sort of history, as they say. And so what we're talking about today is how do we give every opportunity for people to be able to get that same passion and pursue their different careers and not have obstacles in their way. So what I'll touch on a little bit today is a little bit about the state of the digital divide. If you're here, you know the key stats and why we need to have the conversation. But we'll share a little bit from a corporate perspective of how we're helping contribute and sort of the opportunity we see. And so if you don't know about Ally, Ally is a digital financial services company. So we're headquartered here in Detroit, right down Woodward. So that's where my office is. And so, as a part of this, it's really important for us to be a part of the community. And Micah made a great point with Rocket. It's very much similar with Ally. We're a digital financial services company. That means you interact with us in a digital way, right? And so we want to make sure that everybody has that access, not only for financial services, but financial literacy, to be able to have that economic mobility. And it all starts from making sure that we've got access. So a big part of, again, our community efforts is us all engaging. For me personally, again, our position from a technology perspective is really focused on how do we continue to make an impact and apply that lens from a technology perspective. So, it's a little bit faint here, but, you're all familiar with the challenge. And we've talked so far today about some of the stats. And in fact, the acceleration that's happened in some of the gaps from the pandemic has been incredible in a negative way. And so one of the things that we need to find is how do we provide access to technology, give the tools and the education, as was mentioned earlier, in order to bridge the gap that exists today. And so, some of the ways that we've been thinking about how we help address that, it starts with some of the basics. Now, each organization that's represented here through Digital Inclusion Week is thinking about, what resources do they have, right? And so for Ally, of course, we make contributions to different organizations and nonprofits, but we only have part of the solution. There are so many that are coming together as part of Connect 313 to bridge the digital divide in a way that brings this together in an ecosystem where you may have, as a nonprofit, you may have really good insight on what our community members need. You may have access to, what is the education that's required to help them advance in their overall goals. And ultimately, it takes all of us working together to bring those resources to bear to make a maximum impact for our community members. And so, for Ally, a lot of that comes down to, we are a technology company. And so part of economic mobility is providing high-paying careers for those that are interested in technology type of roles. And so that's what I'll talk a little bit more about today. Part of that collaboration is, of course, we've got to mobilize. Execution is everything. We can all come to these events, but if we don't put it into action and sustain that action, it's not going to make the impact that we all know that we want to have. And then, well, as was mentioned in the prior panelist, we want to think about how do we continue to measure our progress? How do we know where the most underserved communities are? And how do we continue to make an impact in order to help them achieve their overall goals? So, at Ally, we think about the digital divide and how we can approach it in a few different dimensions. Number one is access. Again, we've talked about having internet, having the devices, and so we'll talk more about that. Another part is having the advancement. What are the skills that we need to continue to grow in order to make to reduce the gap in the digital divide? And then finally, what about the opportunities that can help in economic mobility? And it was mentioned earlier, moving at the speed of trust. If we have more people that understand in our communities how this works, they can help everybody else in our community advance as well. So one of the things that I want to be able to describe here a little bit about access. So from an access perspective, again, it's having a device, the right device that as Joshua mentioned earlier, and having it connected to the internet in a way that allows people to achieve their goals. For us, we've put in place a program where in 2021, we handed out roughly 2,200 laptops and desktops in a way to help take the laptops and desktops that Ally had used and then give them to the community as we look at recycling those. That does two things. One, obviously, it puts devices in the hands of our community members. We work with local organizations, and it's more than just handing out the device. It's the entire supply chain. So the people that are helping refurbish those PCs, the people that are helping hand those out, it's giving really opportunities for multiple people in that full life cycle of providing laptops. It also keeps all of that out of our landfills, right? So if we think about the overall sustainability aspect, it's a positive impact from that standpoint as well. And if you think about it, every company, if we could mobilize the entire Metro Detroit area and all the companies to take a look at all the laptops that ultimately they dispose of over time, and we could harness those through the distribution networks that exist and be able to hand them out to community members, that 70,000 number that Connect 313 had provided will continue to increase, right? We'll continue to make an impact in the communities and provide devices to those that need them. Advancement's also an important pillar to our strategy. One important aspect is how do we give people the skills they need to pursue careers that ultimately might end up in technology, right? And so for Ally, we're doing that in a few different ways, and I'm happy to talk more afterwards for anybody who's interested in learning more about this. But one of those ways is helping provide mentorship for students that are interested in pursuing careers in technology, providing opportunities for people to join boot camps. So for example, this summer, we partnered on a program called Code to Success, where we give younger students the opportunity to learn about computers, the potential careers that computers can provide, and then ultimately how they go about pursuing those careers. And ultimately, college might be a path for some, but not for everybody, right? And so how do we showcase the pathways and show students the art of the possible and which ways they can go to have economic mobility pursuing careers in technology? One of the other things that we found to that end is apprenticeships are really important to the program. Again, because not everyone can afford the college path, and so we have to have these skill-based learning opportunities. In fact, we partnered, for example, last year, with Goodwill Industries. You may be familiar with Goodwill. It's a great organization. And so they had this great opportunity for night classes for adults that are interested in changing careers. They may be looking at an opportunity to move from a lower paying job opportunity into a higher paying one in technology field, because the field has huge demand for talent. And I think many folks might hear this, but part of our goal here is how do we bridge that gap between all these jobs that we're looking to fill and the people that are interested in careers in technology. And so these kind of programs can help really bridge that gap and provide the access to higher paying careers. And of course, that then builds a good cycle of positive effects. Another big part of it, the strategy is, again, opportunity. So if you have folks joining access to the internet, they have access to these devices, they get the skills that they need through these different advancement opportunities, whether, again, that be on a college route, an apprenticeship route, or a boot camp route. They're getting these skills, and then they're looking for opportunities, right? And so, one of the things that we've been working hard at is how do we create a diverse pipeline of talent, because there is so much demand for skills and opportunities in our different locations. And from there, we're able to find ways. And from there, we're able to find ways to create more jobs that pay higher wages in order to fulfill the positive cycle. So here's a picture of a class of graduates. My team oversees the program in both Charlotte and Detroit, and so what's interesting about that is we have the benefit of seeing how this digital divide is playing out in both locations and how we can learn from both locations to find things that work and then share that amongst both communities. And the situation might be a little bit different in the different neighborhoods, but ultimately, how do we ultimately bring that together? So learn from each other. And in fact, Joshua and I know the Charlotte team had already been comparing notes about how we can collectively take the learnings from each other and move this forward, again, being a national agenda. And so, a few things that we're trying to do, again, as part of the advancement pillar is we have a speaking series we call Technically Speaking. There's ally at the end of all these words. And that's part of, us just making sure that we're giving that awareness and education to our community members through different programs that we offer in order to help bring skills and different training opportunities. Because, again, part of it is just awareness. If you don't know that job's out there or you don't know how to get started, it's a great opportunity to help connect those dots and open doors for people. So, I think one of the themes that we're all seeing over the week here will be that none of us can do this on our own. We've got to work together as a network of people helping to connect the dots, helping fill in the gaps, and ultimately moving us all collectively forward in our communities. And so I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I did also want to leave you with a QR code here. You can scan it if you can. If not, we'll have it afterwards. But my colleague Teresa Weaver, who's in the audience, well, maybe raise your hand, Teresa. She's been working hard at this for a couple of years now. Ultimately, she published this story here that helps bring together the message and some additional resources that you can all check out. And if you don't get the QR code, you can go to ally.tech and you can read it there. And so I want to thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'd like to open it up if we have time for a few questions. No questions yet? All right. I talk fast when I get nervous, so yes. Yeah, so a great question. So for those that didn't hear it, how do we get an access point to partner? So our Bridging the Digital Divide effort is really tied between our corporate citizenship and giving. And back at this table, if you raise our hand, that's a great starting point. Our corporate citizenship team works through all the partnerships locally here in Detroit as well as other locations. And then we bring all those opportunities where there's volunteerism opportunities, or obviously, different Bridging the Digital Divide upskilling opportunities through that network. So we can connect after if you'd like. Okay. Great. Well, thank you all so much for the opportunity. Really appreciate it, and thanks for all the work you're doing.
Let's see where it takes me. All right. Well, thank you so much, Dan. That was a very impactful presentation. Looking forward to working with Ally and getting those resources into the hands of Detroiters and also developing some really cool partnerships and Detroit-specific Connect the Run 3 initiatives. So keep it in the spirit of highlighting our community ambassadors who are the face in the feet on the ground in Detroit. I want to welcome Stephen Henry to the stage. He can tell you a little bit more about himself, why digital inclusion for him, and then also tell about some events happening in his district.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Okay. My name is Steve Henry, and I am a digital ambassador or Connect 3-on-3 ambassador. I work for Osborne Neighborhood Alliance, which is in District 3, and that's on the east side. Where my east side people at? Okay. I got one, maybe two east siders. Okay, that's unfortunate, but it's okay. But Osborne Neighborhood Alliance is in District 3, and really we are doing some phenomenal things over in the Osborne neighborhood. But overall, my purpose, I've been working with this particular project with Connect 3 on 3 since February of this year. It's been going pretty fast. But at Osborne, really my job is to be the face of this particular community when we talk about digital inclusion. And the residents over there have been so inspired that someone is taking time to care for them. And I say care for them, really just providing resources and providing advocacy and teaching them how to advocate for themselves as we talk about digital inclusion. A lot of them have failed through the cracks. It's one thing to say like, okay, yeah, you can bring us laptops, you can bring us tablets, but how do we utilize those things? And so I've put on weekly computer classes or digital inclusion classes for them. So we have a lot of our seniors that have been participating. But most recently, this past summer, I hosted a 2-week summer technology and gaming camp for our youth. It started off for ages between 14 to 17, but then sprouted out, went to 10-year-olds to 18-year-olds. And so we had a total of 25 youth that actually participated during this particular summer camp. And what happened during this particular summer camp, we were able to bring in a organization from Philadelphia for 1 week. The first week, they brought in all of their Xboxes and PlayStations, and they were able to let the youth participate not just in gaming, in video gaming, but also learning how to build their own video game. And so that was something. Most times when we tell kids you can't be on the game system for more than an hour or two, but we let them get the kids be on that system pretty much all day. So not only are they just playing the video games, but they're learning the ins and outs of what it takes to build their own video game. The second week, we did a lot of coding. So we brought in an organization to assist them with coding their own video game and also developing their own app. So this is something that was very inspiring and influential for the kids in that particular community. So much so, the company that came from Philadelphia would like to do something for the after-school kids as well. So that's something that we're trying to pilot in the next couple of weeks. But overall, we actually, in the Osborne community, on Tuesday, October 25th at 6 o'clock, if you are available, we are having a town hall that we're going to talk more about digital inclusion, community safety, as well as housing and business development. So you are more than welcome to attend and come out and check us out as well. That's Tuesday, October 25th at 6 p.m. We're located on the east side, and so you're more than welcome to attend. It's located in Matrix Human Services, right off of Gratiot near 6 Mile. But I just want to make sure that you guys are aware this is a very important mission. This is not something, a fly-by-night digital inclusion that we're just going to stop at the end of the year. We're going to continue to progress to handle the issues that we're dealing with on the day-to-day basis. And when I talk about the issues of making sure that we fill in the gaps for our senior citizens as well as our youth. Our seniors are going through so much as we talk about telehealth. We have someone that actually is going to be at our town hall that's talking about telehealth. At first, it was, unheard of that, you will be able to see your doctor over the phone or over the internet. But now, so much of our doctors and providers are utilizing that. But our seniors are falling through the cracks because they don't know how to do that or how to utilize it or have internet access to utilize that. And then for our youth, it's more going past just gaming. It's going past just I'm on social media, but having them to understand that they can get a job in this particular field. This is a profession as well. And what does that look like for them? So my job and my mission is to make sure I can bridge and close that gap, especially for our residents on the east side. So, you're more than welcome to contact me. Once again, my name is Steve Henry, and I can provide my contact information. If you're ever on the east side, feel free to come on by to Osborne Neighborhood Alliance. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Well, first things first, Stephen, thank you. No one needs coffee anymore. Should have woke everybody up. But this next person that I'm introducing is you see Kamisha Goss. She's our subject matter expert for digital literacy. And the reason why I'm introducing Kamisha is because before I even moved to Detroit, so as you all know, I'm from Cleveland originally, and I think it was like 2016 or 2017, I got to meet Kamisha at a conference. And it was the Good Tech Fest. It was actually held in Detroit. And we were, just automatically, like, she was just in the room. She was very knowledgeable. And there also weren't a whole lot of black people there. And so naturally, like what black people do, we found each other. Like, you guys know this. I mean, we found each other. And as we started talking, we were able to build a relationship. And then when I actually announced that I was moving to Detroit, I was able to, again, build a relationship again with Kamisha. In her role at that time, she was working for Detroit Public Library. And so when she was at the library, she was just doing a number of things, teaching seniors how to protect themselves online, teaching young girls in Detroit how to code. I mean, she was doing everything. I mean, teaching them Python. And so she's just an incredible asset. And, through the development of Connect Through and 3, Kamisha has always been a person that was always pushing back on any of our assumptions that we might have had and making sure that every step that we took in the framing of Connect Through and 3, she was very intentional with that. She's a lifelong Detroiter. She absolutely brings that type of energy and pride to the work that we do. But in addition to that, her understanding for digital literacy, and again, this is something where we really didn't have a strategy prior to Kamisha coming on board. We really weren't thinking with the level of nuance that the discussion deserves prior to Kamisha coming on board. And so since Kamisha's been on board, and what you guys are going to hear is actually a curriculum that she's been able to develop and really keeping the value that we have, locally led, expertly informed, and actually bring that value to light because she's been able to take some of the expert framing, what we're going to see in other communities, and actually localizing that in the Detroit context. And so this digital literacy curriculum that we've been able to develop, we're really proud of that. And we have no one other to thank than Kamisha Goss. So Kamisha, come on up here.
Thank you, Josh. That was so nice. I wasn't expecting that from him. Not that he's not nice to me all the time, but we have fun. So I'm Kamisha Goss. I go by Q, if you've heard of me attending other things around. And I just want to talk to you a little bit about the Digital Literacy Playbook. So I have about 10 minutes, so I'm going to stick to my time and tell you a little bit. Hi. So as he told you, I was a librarian, so as I'm seeing people around from my work, I just want to say hi. I always keep it real, guys. So a couple things that I think everyone needs to know about teaching digital literacy. The first thing is don't ever underestimate confidence building, okay? I taught digital literacy skills at the library for 7 years. Yep, and you would be amazed at people who have created a whole business and have run it for 30 years and then need help on the computer, right? I'm like, you ran a business for 30 years? They're like, yep, and I did all the accounting myself. I'm like, I can't do that, but I can show you how to make a PowerPoint, right? This skill is not the greatest skill, but we know that we need to build up confidence in people. People have other skills, and so don't let that go by the wayside. If you can just help somebody feel confident that they have the ability, because they do. Number two, technology is a tool, right? And so I think because technology is used in so much of our lives, we forget that, right? A hammer is a tool, a shovel is a tool. You can hammer a nail, you can hit your hand, you can hit somebody else with a hammer, right? None of those things are exclusively good or bad, right? It's if you know how to use the tool properly, right? If you've been trained with it. So we want to make sure that everybody knows that, right? Technology is just a tool. This is not a thing that's going to instantly make you better at everything or instantly make you worse. The world is not going to explode, right? Number three, do what's right for your community. Mimic process, not programs, okay? When we talk about digital literacy, you will find that probably all of our sponsors in here have a program. Everybody has developed something for you to use, right? And everybody thinks theirs is great, and it probably is, right? But it may work for them because they looked at their community, and their community needs X, but your community needs Y. So when you copy that program over, it doesn't work, right? Always be knowledgeable about the people that you're working with so that your stuff is applicable to them. If it's not, you're wasting your time and theirs. And the last thing, failures are part of the process if you don't give up, right? It's not failure until you say, I'm done. If you fail and you stop, then that is a failure, right? If you fail and you try again, that's a lesson learned in your process. And so I want everyone to just get started by keeping these things in mind, okay? Whenever you teach digital literacy, whenever you have to deal with someone who says, oh, I need to do this thing, I don't have an email, these are the 4 things that I like to keep in mind when I'm working with people. Okay, so the digital literacy playbook. When we were developing this, we really wanted to make something useful. I've taken a look at some other people's playbooks and their kind of theory of how to set things up. And so I really wanted these to be tools that you could use. So we have 2 curriculums. The first is Introduction to Computers. This is very basic introduction. You need to learn how to turn a computer on. You need to get comfortable with the mouse and the keyboard, right? This is kind of your confidence building class. And it's built, just like the second one, for 4 sessions, right? An hour, hour and a half at a time. These can be run together as Introduction to Computer, right, for the beginner, or you can take them and run them piece by piece. If someone just needs help with the mouse, they just need help with the computer, you can run them individually. This whole curriculum is up on our website. Now, basic computer skills is something that's the next step, right? All of these are beginner curriculums. You're not going to build a robot after you do these, okay? And you're also not going to be pivoting graphics in an Excel spreadsheet right after this. But what we are teaching you is some basic skills, right? So learning how to copy and paste, this is half the battle. When people say, I don't know how to do this thing, it gave me this weird error code, copy and paste it into Google, right? This is a skill that will take you far. Copying and pasting pictures, copying and pasting text, right? So that second lesson, that second curriculum, same thing, is built into 4 sections, and it teaches you skills that you can use on a computer, on a tablet, on a phone, things that are transitional so that you have a base knowledge to help you figure out other things beyond this, okay? The other 2 parts are resource guides and use cases, okay? So for the resource guides, I understand as a teacher that not everybody wants to sit and look through the curriculum to find the steps, right? So the use guides are going to be 1 to 2 pages, and they're just going to give you a short rundown, right? I would teach a computer class, and they say, okay, now, Ms. Q, tell me which computer to buy. No, that's not how that goes, right? You have to figure out what your needs are. So we wanted these guides to be something that you could download or print out and give to someone, and they could take it home and look at it through themselves so they can make those decisions. You want to help people make informed decisions, not give them the answers, right? So we have one of those for devices, one for internet service, if people are looking to find affordable internet, and we also are working on video calling. So there will be one that has tips and tricks on how to get through a video call, right? So we will link to tutorials, and there will also be some tips on how to navigate video calling, since that's the new way that we have to interact with each other as people. And the third case is use cases. So how to use the curriculum and how to use the guides. So there are tips for the 3 different people that I expect will be looking at this digital literacy playbook, right? So one is a learner. If you're a learner, what do you need to know to successfully go through these, right? One of them is believe in yourself and have a goal. Right? So tips like this for a learner that can help them be focused if they want to go through this on their own or if they're going through it in a class. There's also tips for how to go through this as a teacher or a trainer, how you should structure this, what places are okay to make changes to or adapt it. And then we're also adding organizations use cases. So someone asked earlier about metrics, right? How do you gather that information? We will be gathering some resources for different metric systems that people use to gather that information and making it available to you. So this is just the overview of the curriculum. The curriculum is up right now on connect313.org under Get Info or Get Help. So you can test it out there. I just wanted to share. It's connect313.org. You can get there. You can email us at info@connect313.org. I'm the digital literacy subject matter expert. My email is just my name, Kemisha, at connect313.org. And you can reach out to me If you have any questions about the curriculum development, how to use it, or if you want to say, hey, Q, you really forgot email and you should add it, which I didn't. I didn't put it in here, but I do have that too. All right, so if there's something that you think is missing or something you want to be included, please email me. I want to know so we can incorporate it. And I think that's it for me. Oh, they're up there.
I wanted to know if you would suggest your guide or help develop something. I've ran into several situations with seniors where, just to give an example, currently paying $100 and $200 for something, but here's an opportunity for me to save $100, but I can't recognize how to make that transition. So, son, I've just kept paying the same $200 for the last 36 months because I couldn't figure out how to make the switch to save the $100. So there's a senior who paid another $3,000 for the last 3 years. And if some literacy would show them how to understand the situation and save some money, but the technology, they couldn't make the change. Do you have things to help them with that, or is there anything that you could suggest on how to make that easier?
Yes, so our internet guide that is on the website is exactly for that, right? So in the internet guide, it breaks down, right? You may be paying X amount of dollars for your internet. If you go for a contract, you may be tied for 2 years, but they will give you a discount. Is that discount worth it? It talks about speeds of the internet and the different prices variable too. So a lot of that is a conversation. A lot of my seniors were, yes, grandfathered into plans with like AT&T and stuff, and they're like, that's my service. I've been paying it dedicated.
The actual switch, though, I mean, taking the box and setting the new box there and the other box there, connecting the cable, which is what was feared, because they got so far when they got the device in there, but they couldn't get it.
Right.
Yeah.
So the problem being, how do you do the actual thing?
Right.
Right. Yes. Let me work on that. Email me. Okay?
I will.
I think there's some videos and things that could also walk people through that. But yes, email me and I will work on that. We'll make sure we get it included in the guide as well.
Thank you very much.
Yes, they can. They're not always helpful as they can be. Wait, who's that?
Comcast.
Oh, Comcast, yeah. Yes. Comcast has helped me when I called them one time, so I got you. Okay. Yes. All right. Any other questions? You see Josh back there? I am the one that holds people's feet to the fire. If you say you're going to do it, I'll be checking. All right, guys. Thank you.
All right, so as we move along in our program, we want to highlight another one of our community ambassadors. So Shadora Ford is the ambassador in District 5 in partnership with MAC Development, and Shadora embodies what it means to be community engagement. Every community-based meeting I've ever gone to, Shadora is literally there. So she's very, very entrenched in the work. It's very important to her. So I want to give her some time and space to talk about why digital inclusion and what impact she has made in the space.
Thank you so much, Micah, for that introduction. I am Shadora Ford. I am a DPS grad. You see I got my blue and gold on, representing Denby High School, 12800 Kelly Road. If you didn't know, great things happen on Kelly Road. I am also a board chair for DPSCD, so I love Detroit. I'm a 33-year-old native Detroiter, and anything that embodies greatness in Detroit, I am there to make sure that the unheard voices are at the table and make sure that our community is at the table. And that's why my why for Connect 313 is so important, because this embodies everything that we need to thrive and not just survive. And doing this work has been very rewarding. I've, done some research. Most of our children don't know how to use a computer. They know apps. So they have these fancy tablets and phones, and they know how to use apps. And so we did a computer class over at my space, Destined for Greatness, and we said, okay, we're going to have a contest, and the person who types their essay the fastest, and they're like looking at the keys and punching it, and I'm going, wait, we got to go back. And so a lot of children know how to access those tablets and phones, but they don't have Megavis Beacons or the things that we had in our age to show us how to properly use Microsoft Suites or Excel and those things. And then our middle age, I'm a millennial, so I'm quick to grab my phone out of my pocket and tell you A through Z what's going on. But sometimes I lack. I'm on the computer like, oh yeah, okay, now I got it. And then our seniors, a lot of the seniors have told me, well, we have the devices. Our children have bought them for us for Christmas, and we have all of these fancy things, but how do we use them? And so that's where digital divide is, and that's where Connect 313 is going. We are striving to make a difference. We are in the community with the people who need us most, with the children and those millennials who are not connected and those seniors who want to be connected, and that is why this is so important. And we did a lot. We've done a lot in the short time that we've been ambassadors. We've went to a lot of community events. During the PGA tour, we signed up so many people who wanted to be connected to the ACP program. They said, we don't have internet in our home. A lady said, I would pay to have internet. I don't know how to get it. I've been calling and trying to get it, but then they're telling me because I live in a senior home, I can't get this particular brand of internet. And so to be connected to the people is to be connected to the solutions that work for the people. And where the people are, I am thankful that Connect 313 is there too. So you all have a wonderful week, and enjoy our Digital Inclusion Week.
All right, so the next person that we're bringing up here is Alina Hooper, and the reason why this conversation is so important, you know, in 2020, when we started really putting some meat on Connect 313, you know, we were meeting during the workday really, and it was really tough to get like the groundswell of residential support when a lot of our residents, namely, you know, the folks who were trying to impact the most, either they're working during the day or just not available to even interact with us during the day. And so what we quickly realized that we had on our hands was an effective strategy on the grass top side. So meaning your community leaders and finding those folks and organizing them, yeah, okay, we could be effective there. But when it actually came from on the ground organizing in the community, getting residential buy-in, actually getting folks to show up to even a city council meeting and getting them to see like the public comment way and that we can begin structuring those discussions as relates to digital equity. We recognized that we had our work cut out for us, and there needed to be an emphasis on organizing. And so last year, we were able to sign a contract with 270 Strategies. They're a DC-based firm, holding up our values once again, locally led, expertly informed, to actually look at the way that we would take all of our Connect 313 members that we have either submitting recommendations, doing work on the ground, working the neighborhood technology hubs, looking at the efforts around our community ambassadors, and even looking at our recent campaigns we've done, the campaigns on telehealth, campaigns on affordable internet. I mean, there's a lot. But, you know, the thing that we realized that we needed to do was make sure that we were able to be organized, especially as we look at this next leg of the journey. The next leg of the journey for us, obviously, you heard the conversation earlier in the beginning with myself and Eric Frederick, where we talked about the framing around the federal funding that's going to be flowing. In order for that federal funding to be able to flow in a certain way, or with actual certainty, we need to make sure that we're actually organized. We need to make sure that we have residents who are aware of what's happening. It can't be that we make a decision and then people are finding about it after the fact. It can't be that we're in a neighborhood like Hope Village, as a lot of you all know, doing work on infrastructure there, and the residents aren't aware. Now, thankfully, Hope Village is actually a really good example of the community meetings that we've been able to do. We've been doing several, and working very closely to the community organization there, Hope Village Revitalization. So that's a really good example. But Hope Village isn't, Detroit isn't just Hope Village. There's plenty of neighborhoods throughout. What we need to be focusing on is actually building, again, a groundswell capacity to turn the values that we say locally at Expertly Informed, progressing at the speed of trust, turning those values into action. And so Alina and her team were really instrumental over this past year's engagement of actually putting together a strategic plan for Connect Through and 3 that will allow us to be more actionable, that will allow us to do significantly more effective organizing and connecting grassroots folks with the grass tops people that we've already been able to convene. And so Alina's going to share a few of the elements related to the strategic plan with Connect Through and 3. And Alina, you might as well come on out. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Josh. Hi, everyone. Very nice to see you all this afternoon. So as Josh mentioned, I will be sharing some highlights from the strategic planning work that we had the opportunity to do with the Connect Through and 3 team. Okay. So just a little bit of background. So I think the important thing to emphasize here is that all of the strategic planning work that we've done is very much rooted in where Connect Through and 3 has been, where the organization is now, and where it's going. We know that there's a lot of progress that has happened on the ground. We know that there are lots of folks doing really important work at that grass tops level, but also at that grassroots level. It's been awesome to hear from various community ambassadors today, to hear about that work that's happening on the ground. And ultimately, this strategic planning process is about how can we think about ways to continue to put Detroit residents first in this work to bridge that digital divide. So the other thing to emphasize here is that this work will always continue to be grounded in Connect Through and 3's mission and vision. So I'm sure folks have seen this before. Just wanted to emphasize that at the top of this conversation. So Josh got into this a bit in his introduction, but really what we wanted to think about here was, how can we tackle this underlying challenge of, potential feelings of apathy among Detroit residents when it comes to this question of connectivity, when it comes to this question of what Detroiters deserve, when it comes to this question of increased access. And how do we approach this work with a very community-centered narrative that, again, always puts the voices of Detroiters first in this conversation? Another point of emphasis for us was how can we continue to create these ongoing feedback loops so that we are consistently hearing from the folks for whom this work is the most important. So our opportunity, and again, I just want to emphasize that point that this is about where we've been, where we are, and where we're headed. This is not intended to be brand new. This is really intended to bring the pieces together of the work that's already happening on the ground and build on that work and build, as Josh mentioned, a sustained engagement and organizing model that can help folks feel like they do have power, feel like they do have a say in these broader conversations around broadband in Detroit. So just a little bit of context on our strategic planning process. So as Josh mentioned, we've been working with the team for quite some time now. The way that we approached it was in a couple phases. So first, we wanted to hear from a few key stakeholders, really again to understand the lay of the land, to understand what opportunities might exist, and also to make sure again that we were always thinking about this work in terms of building on the foundation that has been laid by the team. So I wanted to share just a couple highlights of what we heard from our stakeholder conversations. So first, the first bucket is around partnership awareness. So we did have a chance to speak with some Connect Through and 3 partners, and the consistent theme that we heard in these conversations was that there is this clear alignment about the opportunity that exists to be really a powerhouse in this space and to lead with community in this work. And there was a general interest among partners in just identifying more opportunities for partner organizations to get involved and to support in this work, whether it's from the advocacy perspective or the policy side of things or the general digital literacy aspect of the work. The next bucket to call out around relationship building. So it was really helpful to hear from various stakeholders about just the importance of meaningful relationship building. So again, as Josh was speaking to, there is this important work that's happening on the ground, but how do we identify that connective tissue between all of this work? How do we make sure that we're working towards something bigger, whether that means a policy objective or an advocacy objective, whatever it might be for the community? Something else that was emphasized in our conversation with stakeholders was the importance of community members knowing that this work is not just about devices, although devices are incredibly important. It's also about a collective sense of problem solving, a collective sense of shared values, and also an understanding of available resources for folks. Third bucket, political power. So something that we consistently heard was this idea of Detroit deserves as a rallying cry. Again, this is something that definitely extends beyond just the core question of connectivity and access to devices. It really speaks to this broader advocacy imperative that Connect Through and 3 can really help coordinate and cultivate within its communities. So there was this question in a lot of our conversations about, really how do we turn those community values into sustainable and scalable action that is rooted in policy, rooted in politics, and rooted in advocacy. Something else to call out, and I think this is also a really huge opportunity for Connect Through and 3, Detroit already is serving as a national model for how this can be done effectively. So there's an even greater opportunity going forward to continue to serve as that national model. How do we think about this collective advocacy for improved outcomes, and how should other municipalities be thinking about this as well? The final bucket to call out is this notion of defined user journeys. So this gets again to this question of this connective tissue, sort of where we want people to go in this journey. One step is certainly getting access to a device, but we all know, and we've heard this in the community ambassador conversations, there's so much more that can happen beyond just getting a device. What are the resources that should be front and center for folks? What are the advocacy opportunities for folks? What are those regular community meetings that folks might be interested in attending? What is that overall user journey for someone from their initial point of contact with Connect 313? So based on those conversations that we had, we just summarized an overarching strategic overview for Connect 313's organizing program going forward. So at the top, again, we'll always want to emphasize the numeric goal around connectivity, because that is absolutely going to continue to undergird Connect Through and 3's work. But we did want to also emphasize some of these qualitative objectives as well. So, of course, expanding digital literacy, but also this very broad objective of creating that culture of sustained advocacy and political power. Three main things that we emphasized in terms of how we get to that point. So the first is really how can we continue to use these neighborhood tech hubs that have emerged as spaces for community activities, whether that's events or actual spaces for giving out devices or for hosting trainings in digital literacy courses, but also generally to serve as a central base for broader organizing efforts. The second, and this is really where we get into the crux of the plan, is what is this overarching organizing model that really helps the Connect Through and 3 facilitate this ongoing discussion around shared community, also helps people feel like they really are a part of something bigger, and also feel like there are opportunities to increase their involvement and engagement with Connect Through and 3 and with their own community over time. So we'll get more into that organizing model. And then finally, we know that this is such a rich community. There's so many experts in this space. And something that the team wanted to emphasize is just the importance of continuing to leverage that expertise and also support from various Connect Through and 3 partners. So a quick overview of the engagement approach, and then I'll get into some detail on the organizing model. So we know that Connect 313 to date has really played this role as a thought leader in the space. And we think it's really important to emphasize that going forward. That will continue to be the case. There is this convening power of Connect 313. There's this convening power of events like this, opportunities like this, where people can come together, share learnings, and work together to make advancements. And that is ultimately the main point of emphasis of this overall engagement approach. Quick summary of program pillars. This is really just where we get into the high level purpose of putting together an organizing model like what we will talk through in a bit. So the first is just general awareness. We want to make sure that people are aware of all of the resources that are available and that there is this proactive ongoing conversation about what's possible in terms of access to devices, but also access to resources and trainings, etc. The next pillar, engagement. So ultimately, again, as we've heard from various community ambassadors, there's a lot of work that's happening on the ground, really just to sustain engagement over time with folks. And that's, it depends on, whichever audience you're thinking about. I loved hearing about engagement opportunities with kids. There are also specific opportunities that ambassadors have leveraged for seniors. So really just thinking about that idea of sustained engagement over time. Third bucket, community. So how are we cultivating this sense of community within our various constituencies? The next one, advocacy. So again, how are we translating this sense of community, this sense of shared involvement into action, whatever that might look like? Again, if there is some advocacy objective down the line, or if there's a policy priority down the line, how are we joining forces with our community members and advancing that particular priority? And then the final bucket to emphasize is growth. It's super important for this work to continue to scale over time. Again, there's such an incredible foundation that has been built by the team, by the various partners, and so now the question is, how do we continue to grow over time in a way that is sustainable and scalable for everyone? So for the next few slides, I'll give sort of a high-level overview of the organizing model as we've conceived it with the Connect Through and 3 team. So the first thing to emphasize is this notion of the ladder of engagement. I'm sure this is familiar to some folks, but it's this idea of a series of carefully planned and relevant online and offline actions that folks can take to feel like they are deepening their investment with an organization. So this ladder of engagement is specific to Connect 313. It is definitely an undergirding principle when you consider sort of developing a scalable organizing program over time. The key question here is, what are those types of incremental actions that folks can take over time to deepen that investment and involvement? So the ladder, I wanted to lead with this slide because I think it's a super foundational slide that will undergird a lot of the subsequent slides that I talk through. Something else to emphasize here, and this is something that we talked a lot with the Connect 313 team with, and also with various partners. We know that this work doesn't happen overnight. So again, there's a lot of work that's happening at that grassroots level right now. There is this opportunity to start to add some more structure and to create more of a baseline for an organizing program for all the community ambassadors and also for all of Connect 313's partners. But this isn't going to happen overnight. So one thing that we thought about was, how can we think about this in terms of a phased approach? And this is really how most organizations or campaigns will think about developing their organizing model. You're not going to go from having one person on the ground to having 20 with hundreds of volunteers overnight, but that is something that you can scale up to over time. And so in our conversations with Connect Through and 3, we ended up thinking about it in the context of 4 key phases, where you can see sort of specific indicators that tell you that you are sort of primed to take that next step in terms of scaling your organizing model over time. That 4-phase approach is not necessarily the way to go for every organization. It's just what we thought was appropriate in this context. So here is a breakdown of the engagement model. One note on nomenclature: where we say community organizer, that is in reference to the community ambassadors. So this is basically another visualization of that ladder that we led off with. So the idea here is that while someone may start at that community member level, perhaps this is someone who has had some touch points with Connect Through and 3, has been to an event or two, has gotten connected to a device. There is a path for that person based on their interest, based on their capacity, based on their own learnings over time. There is an opportunity for that person to escalate their involvement over time to ultimately get to a level of leadership along the lines of that community ambassador, or along the lines of another layer of this that we incorporated, which would be, say, a community leader level. So at each step of this engagement model, there are certain indicators that tell us when someone might be primed to take that additional step. So again, for a community member, this might be someone who's had an initial touch point with Connect Through and 3, but once you get to that supporter level, maybe you have officially signed up to be a member, and you're starting to be more curious about Connect Through and 3 events or Connect Through and 3 partner events. At that next level, advocate, maybe you've started to organize your own community or spread the word about this opportunity to get connected to devices. Maybe you are starting to exhibit leadership signs by getting more involved in trainings or helping out with trainings. And then, of course, at that top level, that is our folks who are those experts, our folks who have that experience on the ground, our folks like the folks that you've heard from today who are doing that work, leading in their communities. So this is an example of sort of where this model can go. The thing to emphasize here is that really the purpose of this structure is to create an opportunity to scale over time in a way that's sustainable and manageable for leadership at the top. So what we wanted to depict here was, here's what it could look like if we're continuing to invest in this work, continuing to support volunteers as they start to deepen their engagement with Connect Through and 3, continuing to elevate people to positions of leadership. This is what it could look like if that work branches out over time. This is an example of a snowflake model, something else that folks are probably familiar with. It originated with Marshall Gans, who advised the Obama presidential campaign in 2008, and made this recommendation specifically in order to help the team scale in a sustainable way. So the idea was that if you have a distributed management ratio where you are constantly empowering folks to be leaders in their communities, you can more effectively and more sustainably scale your reach and connect with more folks over time. So that's sort of the basis of this snowflake model. Wanted to share just a sample user journey. So again, the idea here is always to think about how folks are deepening their engagement. So here's an example of a parent who has started to learn more about Connect Through and 3, is specifically thinking about her experience as a parent and her child's experiences So in this user journey, Julia receives a flyer from a Connect Through and 3 volunteer that invites her to a community organizing meeting. Julia attends the meeting with her son and somehow gets a few of his friends to join her. They complete a Connect Through and 3 digital literacy training, and at that point they do get access to a device if they need one. At that point, Julia is excited about this opportunity and becomes a Connect Through and 3 member, which puts her at that supporter level of the ladder of engagement. Julia wants more parents to know about this great work, wants more parents to get involved, so she begins recruiting other parents. And she encourages folks to attend trainings just like she has, and also helps get devices placed where they're needed. Finally, Julia starts to organize with other parents within her local PTA. She's really concerned about college applications in particular, so she helps to organize a workshop at a Connect Through and 3 neighborhood tech hub. And at that point, based on the work that she has done, she starts to be seen as more of a leadership prospect who could potentially really serve in that leadership role within her community. So this is just one of many different types of user journeys that we know are a priority for the team in this work. And so, the idea here again is just to emphasize that it's less of an episodic endeavor and more so about that incremental engagement over time. So as part of this work, and I think this is cut off a little, but as part of this work, we also chatted with the team about what it means to prepare folks to be effective organizers and to be effective leaders in their community. And so a big part of this work is absolutely going to be training. So we've had some initial conversations around what that sample training curriculum should be, but the most important thing is that we want to set people up for success. So if someone is taking those steps to potentially become an advocate in their own communities, what are the resources that can be provided to that person to make sure that they feel like they can do their job effectively? So this training work, of course, it needs to be iterative. It needs to be nimble based on where people are in their own journey. We know there are some folks who have tons of advocacy experience and don't necessarily need this kind of foundational training. Or we know that folks are super up to speed on all aspects of digital literacy. They're folks who are at every step of this process, and so we want to make sure that any trainings that are provided are always nimble and always adaptable. And then the final thing to emphasize here, something that is super important when you're thinking about developing your own organizing program is this question of retention. How do you make sure that people continue to feel invested in this work? Even if they are only taking, a couple steps, they should still feel like they are a part of something bigger. So how do we continue to make sure that there are reasons for people to stay? So that's another part of our work with Connect 4 and 3, and our work as we've thought about what that overarching training curriculum should look like. A couple other pillars to emphasize beyond the organizing program, which I think is really the most important thing to emphasize. So coalition building is, of course, another big aspect of this work, and we'll talk about that a little bit more this afternoon. Connect Through and 3 has a really, really important role to play, again, as that convener, as that coalition builder. And so we just wanted to emphasize those core functions in addition to that organizing program section, just to note that that work is also very important. 4 elements of this coalition building work is that ongoing outreach to various partners, that ongoing relationship building, story collection, that's a big part of this. How are we telling that consistent story about
Connect Through and 3, about all of Connect Through and 3's important partners, about community members who may be involved in this work, and then convening. So again, like this event here. And then just quickly on communications, just wanted to give a quick rundown of sort of what undergirds the communications work. These are some of the main priorities for the team in thinking about how to advance a proactive message about this important work around digital inclusion. The final piece that I'll touch on today is this question of staffing. So we've had lots of conversations with the Connect Through and 3 team about this. I do just want to emphasize this point, just to emphasize the importance of proper resourcing. We've talked a lot about resourcing today, and I think it is similarly important if you're looking to build that robust organizing program that you have the necessary resources in place. So I won't get into all of the nitty-gritty of the staffing discussions, but I think the main takeaway from those convos is that investment in this work on a full-time basis is going to be super critical. So hopefully there is that opportunity to make that investment, to continue to grow the capacity to run that proactive community organizing program. A couple points on what's next. So again, this is about where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. This does not cover everything that's happening, but definitely wanted to call out a few things. So first, again, we've heard a lot about the work that's happening on the ground. A lot of that work is oriented around the neighborhood tech hubs and will continue to be, and really want to emphasize those tech hubs as a community resource and a space for learning and organizing, in addition to getting access to devices. So, we really see the tech hubs as a central hub for this organizing work, and so it's really exciting that there have been many investments made in the tech hubs. Next is capacity building. So already the team has hired several community ambassadors to lead this work on the ground. That capacity building will necessarily continue because the team wants to make sure that the reach can be as broad as possible. But as you're building that capacity, you also have to make sure that you're training folks and supporting folks in this work. So that's where that training curriculum comes in, and that's why having a robust and nimble training curriculum will be super important for the team as well. Then finally is this general point about community resourcing. So again, this is really just building on what we've already seen in terms of the resources that the team has been able to provide to community members, the team and various partners. And so want to make sure that that work continues to be front and center, and want to make sure that people are aware of those resources so that they are leveraging them when they need them. So that takes me through the, again, high-level overview of the strategic plan. I think I have some time, so I'll pause here for any questions that folks might have. Yes.
I need assistance to be louder. Oh, sorry. Yeah, again, how did you come to the conclusion that there was apathy around digital inclusion and technological access among Detroiters? I understand that your work is commissioned, but if there's some data that you can share with grassroots organizations so that we can better target our programming, I think that would be great and very helpful.
Yeah, that's a great question. I would definitely say a lot of that was anecdotal insights from our conversations with stakeholders. There was this underlying sense that folks didn't necessarily think that the resources that are out there were for them, and that's not rooted in anything about what is actually
what actually should be available to folks. It's more so just rooted in how folks have been engaged around these processes in the past. And so it's really what we heard is that because folks from certain underserved communities, from vulnerable communities, because they've been excluded from these discussions in the past, there's a huge opportunity now for Connect Through and 3 and its partners to continue to do this work to engage folks at a grassroots level and make sure that folks are aware that these opportunities are not just for elite spaces. They are supposed to be broadly applicable, and all of Detroit does deserve. But yes, to answer your question, that was more so rooted in anecdotal observations. Yes.
All right, then, thank you. I just wonder if you believe whether or not it could be due to other literacy issues that we have here in the city, reading, those kinds of things, because it certainly is a major issue. And sometimes when you have a significant number of people who cannot read, then why would they bother to do all of the digital things as well? And so I think that we have to address all of those. I mean, did you find any of that inciting your apathy?
I think, that's a key question for sure. And I do see this as, to your point, as a sequential process. There are some of these foundational elements that do need to be addressed, and there is this holistic approach that needs to be taken. And I think that's why it's so important to think about this work, not just in the context of getting someone a device, but also in the context of, what do you need overall? So reading is one piece of this, but there was a similar set of insights specifically related to the healthcare question. People don't know even what telehealth means or how telehealth can be valuable to their lives. And so thinking about this more holistically is another thing that was a point of emphasis for Connect Through 3 folks, but also with the various partners that we spoke with, because there has to be that step on the front end to equip people with the resources and also information they need in order to most effectively leverage a device in order to improve their life outcomes. So it's very sequential in my mind, and that was something that we heard across the board, regardless of what the sector was. We spoke with folks in the healthcare space. We spoke with folks who place more emphasis on this economic development question and opportunities for more economic literacy. So I definitely think that a persistent theme was how do we make sure that we're adopting a holistic approach when we are engaging folks. Okay, well, I see one more hand.
Is there a version of this available online where people can possibly access, or was this the purpose to share it here?
I can take that one. We'll have the slides available post-event for download. Yeah.
Okay, well, unless there are other questions, thank you all very much for listening. And of course, if you have any other thoughts or ideas, I'll be here for the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you very much to Alina for that presentation. Our team is very, very excited about adopting this new model to expand our reach into the community using community organizing. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We've got some really lovely snacks out for us, so we're going to take 10 minutes, just get some breathing time, some stretching time. I know we all need to stretch our limbs a little bit, and then we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. All right, lovely people, we are going to give it another 2 minutes just so everyone can grab their seats, and we will be getting started back up. All right, I lied, not quite 2 minutes, but we'll swap things around a little bit and what I'll do is introduce, in the spirit of making sure that our ambassadors who are on the ground, engaging with our residents, have an opportunity to share what they are doing and why they do it. I'm gonna introduce Deborah Anderson, who is our ambassador in District 7, who works with DABO, which is the Detroit Association of Black Organizations.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want you to repeat after me. Say your name out loud. Say your name out loud. No, say your name. Say, I am a community leader. I am a super reader. And I know I can do anything I want to if I put my mind to it. Now, I don't know what happened. We should have had a comedian in the middle of the day like this. Wake everybody up. Now, I can't fit that order, but I can tell you a lot of fun things we're doing in District 7 in the community with the Detroit Association of Black Organizations. We're right in the center of the city of Detroit. And before I get started, I want to say again, my name is Deborah Anderson, and I am a community leader. I am a super reader, and I know I can do anything I put my mind to it. Anything I can do if I put my mind to it. Now listen, we have a program that I was allowed to introduce, and it's a pilot, and it's a reading literacy program, and a part of me putting together something for digital inclusion, where we're getting kids excited about learning at a very early age. And the interesting thing about it was I offered free internet, free books, and free motivation. Now here we go. We started getting phone calls from people that were 35, 49, 62. Can I be a part of your literacy program? And why I say that is because there are so many people who really want to be better readers, honestly. And I had wrote all these notes while I was sitting there. I'm not going through all of this. Let me tell you real simple. In the community, there are so many reasons why digital literacy is important, because now we're finding the average community person has to go to court on Zoom. You got that? That's a scary kind of thing. Well, I kind of like it because you don't have to pay tickets. But of course, I would avoid it. Just avoid having to go to court at all. But if you have to, now you have to be computer literate just to go to court. Okay, the other thing you got, job application. Listen, internet, right? You don't get the paper anymore. We went to McDonald's. I was trying to help a teenager get a job application. He was in the car. I said, I need an application for this young man here. She said, you got to go online. So I turned to the young man. I said, did you hear that? He said, yeah. I said, you have to go online to do a job application for even McDonald's. They don't even have paper applications. So that's another reason why digital inclusion is so, so important. Let's see, what else we got here? No glasses. Let's see. Utility assistance. At DABO, we have people of every age group coming in there. And the reason why is because we're offering so many services to the community. People come there to ask us to assist with getting their DTE bill paid, How can you help me with the water, the utilities, the gas? SNAP, which is the food stamp program. Listen, there are many, many needs, but all of it is turning digital. If you want to apply for food stamps, they have to be digitally literate to get assistance. So this is why digital inclusion is so, so important. And it doesn't have anything to do with your education and your income. This is a basic need now. So that's why I want to say that all of us are ambassadors. Whatever our walk of life, I'm going to leave this with you. Whatever our walk of life, whatever the grace of God in our walk has endowed us with in terms of education and opportunities, it's now our turn to turn around and give back and serve. And this is what digital literacy is doing. Because there's somebody in your neighborhood, in your family, on your job, someone you pass in the grocery store that you can share resources with. And that's what we want you to do. No matter what your career walk is, there are resources that we all should be familiar with so we can be of service. Now, my background is social work. This, where I'm here today, is very familiar. I graduated from here. I graduated from Cass Tech, and I wanted to go to Michigan State. And the counselor, her name was Miss Crockett. She was the wife of Judge Crockett back then. She sat me at a table and she said, Deborah, now if you change your mind in the next few weeks, I can guarantee that you will never buy a book, never pay for a meal, and you will get your degree. And I expect you to get a PhD. I said, whoa, okay. I'm just trying to get a bachelor's right now. So I graduated from Wayne State University. And I felt good walking down the campus. The man from the parking lot said it was a short walk. But my knee didn't get that memo. It was not a short walk. But I did make it here just to tell you that we're all ambassadors here. And I need you to become very familiar with the resources in your community, no matter where you live, because it's somebody that you can assist and you can help with. And I want to encourage everybody to just read a little bit more. Now, that little phrase I told you about is when I first did the pilot with the kids, first I would set up my table of all these wonderful books. Nobody came. I put out the little flyer and everything, and I prayed about it, and God said, keep on putting the flyers out. So I said, free books, free internet. Thanks to digital inclusion, we can help you. Nobody came for like the third week. And all of a sudden, I walked in the room and said, Deborah, you got kids? I said, kids where? Like 13 kids. I had a 3-year-old, a 13, 9-year-old, different age groups. I said, wow. And so the first day that I met all of them, I said, listen, say your name, and when you introduce yourself, say I'm a future leader, soon to be a super reader, and I know I can do it if I put my mind to it. And so two or three of the kids said, I'm a future leader, and I'm already a super reader. I said, whoa. I mean, we had kids that had confidence. So what I did is I took the older kids who claimed they were super readers, and they really were. They began to read just a little short story to the younger kids. So one day, my granddaughter, who's a super reader, she reads on a college level, she's 13. She was reading a story to all these little kids. So out of the clear blue sky, the little girl who had just heard that phrase last week one time, and she said, and Mary and Alice went up the hill or whatever, and then she says, I'm a future leader, soon to be a super reader, and I know I can do it if I put my mind to it. She's 6. I'm looking, and everybody says, yeah. I say, yeah, everybody, let's say it again. All the kids remember from the one time I said that, because it motivates self-confidence to teach young people to feel confident about saying their name. I was just teaching them to stand up and say your name loud, and then everybody would clap. And people think these little things are not important, but they are. And you have to motivate and encourage people to want to touch a computer. It starts with encouragement. It starts with you saying, I know you can do it. Even if you're 62, I know you can do this. You know, and we had a gentleman who came in, he was 50. And we wanted to do the ACP app. with him. He said, can you do this for me? Now, everybody didn't know me in the office knew I won't do the work for him. So they were all watching to see what I would do. I said, well, come on in here. Let me show you how we do this. I said, now turn the computer on. He said, huh? I thought you was going to do it. I said, no, you're going to do it, and I'm going to assist you along the way. He pushed it. Everything I told him did it. And next I said, now type your name. He said, type my name up, but I don't know how. I say, you know how to do it. Let's get it. I said, you find the first letter of your name, 50 years old. And guess what? He finished that application in 10 minutes because I knew that he could do it, right? He could do it. So I just want to encourage all of you. Now, I tried to retire from social work with the State Department about 11 years ago. And then all of a sudden, I was volunteering. I didn't ask for no money. I went volunteering to just do a few things to get out the house. And then people started asking me to do little things. I said, wow, okay, that's a lot of work. That makes me get out the house 5 days a week. That's like having another job. And I said, well, you know, God, I had thought that I retired. And I think God has spoke to me and said, you retire when you die. Remember that. There is no retirement. As long as you got the breath of life, there is work to do for all of us. So let's, get motivated about digital inclusion, not just the week, but digital inclusion, the spirit of it, to share resources, to tell people they can do it. And you know they can do it if they put their mind to it. And guess what? It'll work for you too. Thank you.
I may be a little bit out of breath now. I had a little jog. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much, Deborah, for sharing that. And I think that what we heard from Deborah is that digital inclusion doesn't operate in a silo. It's very interconnected with other spaces of being literate and making sure that folks have access to wraparound services so that they're fully included. And it's not just internet connectivity, computer, and technical know-how. It's how do you access those things and how do you make sure that you're comprehensively included in the ability to move forward in life. So with that, I'm very excited to announce our next panel. We will have a conversation with broadband advocates on this theme that we know continues to reoccur, is that Detroiters deserve. So what does that mean? So I will introduce Allie Harkenroden, the Director of Digital Inclusion for the state of Michigan. Janice Gates, the Director of the Equitable Internet Initiative of the Detroit Community Technology Project. Debbie Fisher, the Executive Director of Hope Village Revitalization. And Stephanie Johnson-Cobb, the Manager of the Hope Village Revitalization. You can sit under your names. That may look kind of cool. And so we brought this group together to have kind of a fireside chat style conversation about what Detroiters deserve and how it impacts our community. As many of you may know, the city is planning to make a several $million investment into fiber infrastructure in the Hope Village community. So that helps to jump off our conversation a little bit as we get started with these leaders. And let me make sure you guys have, the microphones are not in your chair? Okay. Is there one on here? Cool, I'll go grab yours. If you guys tap the bottom of the mic, it helps it'll unmute it. Fantastic. And then we can get started by first having you guys introduce yourselves and then maybe answer the question of what does it mean to say Detroiters deserve? And maybe we'll start from Allie and then just come this way down.
I will take that as my cue. My name is Allie Herkenroder. I am the Director of Digital Equity for the Michigan High-Speed Internet Office at the state of Michigan. I have the honor and privilege of being able to work with Eric Frederick, who we all heard speak this morning, and being able to help roll out the very, very intense and robust community engagement plan that we have coming down the line, as well as supporting the rollout for the BEAD allocation throughout the state of Michigan. Very quickly, as far as what does it mean for the MyHigh office, for Detroit Deserves, it means that everybody everywhere has the access to the internet and the ability to be able to use that internet, whether that means the literacy that comes with it, or whether that means the affordability aspect of it, or whether that means being able to have the device. Our goal is to make sure that everybody is able to access the internet and all that it can provide. So and making sure that that is especially true for underserved communities.
And I'm Janice Gates. I'm the director of the Equitable Internet Initiative, which is a program of the Detroit Community Technology Project. So in my role, I really support community anchor organizations in implementing the Equitable Internet Initiative in their neighborhoods, building out community-owned internet infrastructure, and training residents as digital stewards who install and maintain maintenance on those networks. And I think what Detroit Deserves means for the Equitable Internet Initiative is that just a long time coming. There are a number of organizations like the Detroit Community Technology Project and coalitions like the Detroit Digital Justice Coalition who have been working on internet access and access to information for Detroiters for almost 12 years now.
How about that? Okay. I'm Debbie Fisher. I'm the Executive Director of Hope Village Revitalization. We're a community development corporation serving the Hope Village neighborhood in north central Detroit. And for me, Detroiters deserve access to opportunity in all of its parameters. And definitely with respect to the internet, they deserve access to internet that is reliable, that is fast enough to do the things that they want to do, that give them access to opportunity, and that the other piece that I would add is that they don't deserve the frustration of trying to deal with providers who don't care about service and who don't care about providing internet to a neighborhood like ours. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Debbie. I'm Stephanie Johnson-Cobb, and I'm the manager at Hope Village Revitalization. We champion housing, access to fresh and local food, entrepreneurship, environmental sustainability, affordable housing, and we advocate on behalf of our community. And what Detroit deserves is the highest quality of service and reliability and accountability from businesses that provide services. They should not ever be able to just say they're providing service when they're not, but yet being able to collect money for services they did not provide. The internet is very important. It is becoming a utility, if they haven't already named it a utility. And so we deserve the best. And it's a shame we have to say that and argue it. It should be a given that these internet service providers or any other businesses are accountable, because our neighbors pay their bills and they pay them on time. Many of our seniors are committed. They're loyal to a brand because they've had them for so long. Like one of our internet service providers, their phone numbers are my age and older, and I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but it's what they're used to, it's what they believe in, but they deserve the highest accountability and responsiveness if there's an issue.
Thank you all so very much for that. And I think that what you all have said is reflective of what we heard in our strategic plan process. And that was, as you all know, which was conducted by Alina Hooper and 270 Strategy. So I'm going to invite Alina Hooper to join this conversation and help kind of kick things off for us.
Thank you. So I just had a couple questions for the group, and then definitely want to leave some time for any other questions that folks might have. So to start things off, Janice, I would love to start off with you. You've talked about this need to combat this notion of not feeling like these services are deserving for folks. And I think, when it comes to organizing communities, whether that's online or offline, a lot of that work is around that shared purpose and that shared value. So I would love to hear more about your work to organize communities in Detroit and some lessons that you've learned along the way.
Thank you, Alina. So some of the work that we do to organize communities is, I think, to start off the process by including all of the voices from the very beginning of the process. So the Equitable Internet Initiative, which we call EII, conversations started back in 2015. And we started those conversations with the project managers of each of the 3 community organizations that we work with. And one of the things that we did in the very beginning was we started to vision the digital future that we wanted to see in Detroit, and then worked from there to determine what we needed to put in place for that to happen. One of the primary things was we realized that we needed a set of principles. A lot of our work is rooted in the Detroit Digital Justice Coalition principles, which focus on access, ownership, participation, and healthy communities, but we also established a set of EII principles, which focus on education, storytelling, ownership, renewable energy, amongst other things. But what those principles do is they really guide how we work and who we work with. Another way we do that is through our Digital Stewards program. Those are residents, they live and work in the same neighborhood. And we do that so that we can tap into the relationships that the digital stewards already have, which is really important when you're building out a community network or embarking on any type of project in a community. Because we want to be known for building with the community and not building for them. We also believe that, those that are the most impacted should be at the table. They should be helping you to make the decisions, and they should be the ones helping you to generate the solutions and really leading that process. Can you repeat the second part of your question?
So the second part was just on this question of shared purpose and shared values and how you have organized folks around that and organized folks around specifically combating those feelings. We talked about this previously about apathy, but just this feeling of not feeling like you deserve access to these resources. Like, what have you seen work well as you've had these conversations?
What I've seen worked well is that, all of the neighborhoods are similar, but they're also very different. And one of the things that we really try to do is honor those differences, especially the different types of neighborhood dynamics, but where we try to bring, our anchor organizations together is that each of them already had, a really strong reputation in the community. Each of them already had existing community programming. They already had a youth program. Some of them already had existing digital literacy programming. And then the dynamics in the neighborhood were pretty similar. So we also don't believe that you can look at internet access without also looking at race, without also looking at the high rates of poverty that exists in the Island View, Southwest and North End neighborhoods, Highland Park and Hamtramck, which are the areas that we operate in. Also high rates of unemployment. So we're all working together. All of the programming is working to get at each of those things. So we're building the network so that they have access to the internet. We're training the residents so that there is a workforce pipeline. Yeah, that's that there.
Awesome. Thank you. I love that you're emphasizing this point about being community-led and also basing your approach on what the community actually needs and what the community says they need. One thing that I'm curious about, and this is something we touched on a bit in our strategic planning process, is thinking about this question of scaling over time. As you get more resources, making sure that you are able to reach more people, have more of these conversations. So I'm really curious about how you've tackled that challenge of growing and making sure that you're consistently able to meet more people where they are, and any road bumps that you've encountered. And then I would love to hear from other folks on this question of resourcing as well.
So I think really how we've approached scaling, which I think is what you're asking. Well, right now we're in the process of training what we're calling digital steward instructors. That will allow us to train a larger number of Detroiters outside of the neighborhoods that we currently work in. We've generally been hiring from those neighborhoods, but we want to open up that training to all Detroiters. And that training focuses on community organizing for the first 4 weeks, and then the technological part comes in during the last 4 weeks. I think I just lost my, can you repeat one more? Oh, scale. Yep. I would say one of the obstacles is money. Yep. For our organization, scaling requires more infrastructure. Our networks right now are fixed wireless or point-to-point. One of the networks, we received a grant last year to do a fiber pilot in the Southwest neighborhood. But trenching fiber is very expensive. It's supposed to be future-proof, weatherproof, but it's also really expensive. It costs tens of thousands of dollars to trench that in the ground. Our networks have been up for 7 years now, and in order to keep up with that technology, we're going to need to move to fiber or 5G or whatever it is, but that is going to require money, but infrastructure is very hard to sell to funders, to get them to understand how really expensive that is to build. So that's honestly been one of the roadblocks. Mm-hmm. The biggest roadblock.
Absolutely. And I think to that point, I would be really interested in hearing from you, Debbie and Stephanie, about your experience with Hope Village and the evolution of your work. But particularly, I know that you all face this unique challenge with that 45-day outage, and I would just love to hear about your approach in that moment, but then also how you have been able to coordinate with the city to help get resources to the community because you saw this huge challenge that emerged with the 45-day outage.
So as many of you may be aware, in our community, residents experienced really long outages during COVID, which exacerbated already existing challenges as far as healthcare, education, schooling, medicine, medical care, all of those things. And our community members tried with no success to communicate this problem. And so they were connected with Josh at the city, who made a call to AT&T, who then became responsive to Hope Village Revitalization. We had some conversations with them trying to solve this problem. Turns out the initial outage that we were aware of was caused by some damage to their infrastructure, some equipment that was damaged by a contractor on Davison. And turns out it was very difficult to repair. And eventually they came up with a solution and was able to repair it. But the outages for our community members have been ongoing from that initial problem, the one that they fixed. And I'll let Debbie give you some details if she chooses to about how they fixed it. But they continue, they're ongoing. So AT&T Service Center is really right out, not even a block over from where the Target area begins. I would say that the men that met with us have been good, well-intentioned, and I hate to say this, that the road to hell is paved with good intentions as far as their delivery on their promises and some of the things that they communicated to us. I'm going to pass it over to Debbie for now.
Yep. I think some of the details are important here. So I think this has been a unique outage, but it's not one that's that doesn't sort of have resonate with us in terms of other problems that we've had. So back in June of 2021, this catastrophic event apparently happened in Davison Avenue. We're now in October of 2022. As of Saturday at our annual meeting, there was a resident in our neighborhood who had been out for 8 weeks with no internet, no landline. That's unacceptable in any neighborhood. That should never, ever happen. This is a woman who's called every day to try and get that problem fixed. And there's no responsiveness whatsoever from AT&T until she lets us know. And because Josh Edmonds is such a great champion and he has connected us with folks at AT&T, we're able to call and then they get the problem fixed. That is not acceptable. That is no way to serve a population that has been paying their bills day in and day out. And the scope of it is really shocking. We have literally had hundreds of people without internet and landline sequentially since June of 2021 for weeks or months. We know of lots of people who've been out for 4 months, 5 months at a time. So when we sat down with the provider, we said, look, do you have a way of knowing who's out? Because we're just getting, people who happen to call us. We've sent out information. We've put it on our e-blast. We've talked about it at farmers market. But you're the provider, and surely you know who's using data or who's not using data. And the answer is, well, maybe somebody else in the company knows, but we don't know, which is really unacceptable. And then we have the question of, do you have a way of providing an alternate access for folks who are paying you right now for this service and not providing it? Well, gee whiz, we do have cell phone, buildings that provide cell phones to people. Maybe we could give folks, well, yeah, that seems like a good idea. But these are backup solutions that actually were never really implemented. The bottom line is, because this is an oligopoly, this is only a few people providing this service to our neighborhood, they can do whatever they want, and this is just evidence that they do. They have not invested to solve the problem. The problem is still, from our perspective, ongoing, and it just is, yeah. So I think to sort of segue, and maybe Stephanie can talk about this a little bit, about the work that we're doing with the city. We're very thankful that the city is really invested in this effort, and the city believes in equity, and the city believes that everybody should have a service provider who can provide reliable service and be accountable. And with that, I'll say.
So yes, we've been very fortunate to participate in the Detroit team to provide digital equity. Detroit is focused on creating a solution to help people have a reliable source to either self-report their outages and eventually have a technological resource that will automatically be able to tell whether or not they have internet service, the speed of their internet service, etc. We feel that is very important because right now internet service providers are not required to report the outages, the length of outages, even at a federal level. They're not required to do that. And so even in some of our experiences, the customer will say, hey, my internet service is out, but the internet service provider will say, no, your internet service is running, according to our records. So we think that it's very important to have a reliable source of data that can track outages, quality, speed, etc. for folks, so we can hold them accountable, and or so people can see the track record of those internet service providers in our area and then maybe make another decision to spend their money elsewhere.
If I could just add one point. One thing we learned through this process is that the service that the internet is being provided on in our neighborhood was installed in the 1920s. It's the same wiring, it's the same service, and it's really inadequate. So the most anybody can get using this service is 10 megabytes per second, megabytes per second, which is, from download, which is really not adequate for most of the things that people want to do on the internet. And so when we asked, since you had this catastrophic event, why didn't you install a newer, like a fiber or something like that? And the answer was not a good answer. I'm not even going to repeat the answer. So that's my.
And just for some perspective, like you said, they were able to just barely get 10 megabits per second. The average is 25 megabits per second. So they were running at much, much slower speeds.
To also add some perspective to that, the FCC has just redefined what broadband means, and being in an underserved area is now 25/3, so 25 down, 3 up. So not only is the 10 megabits way beyond that, but the fact that 25 is even the max, it's an underserved area. It's an unserved area.
Definitely some very persistent challenges. I'm curious to hear a little bit though about how you have approached engagement with community members around this work. You touched on this for sure. You talked about email communications. You talked about communications outside of a supermarket, for instance. I would love to hear a little bit more about how you've approached meeting people where they are. And also, if you have thoughts, I'd be curious to know what the response has been. If people have heard about this new partnership, despite these persistent challenges, how have you seen the response evolve lately?
So we're a community-driven organization. We have long relationships in the community. I believe we're a trusted organization. And so for us, the initial outreach to the city in connection with the resident, with the issue and the response really helped to build that influence. So people have continued to come to us and report their issues. They come to us and we've gone to them for feedback, asking them to give in their own voices their thoughts, their experience. So through the project with the city, people were surveyed and interviewed. They received some compensation for their time as well, which is an equitable issue. And we just continue to reach out to our neighbors and the members of our organization and community members about this issue. As long as it's ongoing, we will be responsive and we will make the connections. The next step for us is to try and engage some of those people who have experienced these long-term outages in testing our prototype that we create in our group for the city to test it. So,
I would say with respect to the idea that fiber may come to our neighborhood through the city, that is something that folks are interested in, but they want to see it and touch it and feel it before they, say, well, this is the solution, because they've been down a lot of roads before, I think. So there's some healthy skepticism, but some people who are say, like, anything's got to be better than what we have right now. So I think it's kind of both and.
as far as our outreach, so we have monthly neighborhood calls where we talk about issues. We have email blasts to our members. We have social media, Facebook, Instagram. We have our farmers market where we often convene discussions about different issues, and this is one that was that we did some outreach at our farmers market. So in addition to the individual contacts, we also reach out to folks through those pathways.
Thank you. Incredibly helpful. So pivoting slightly, Ali, I'd love to turn to you just to talk a little bit about defining success in this work. So from the state's perspective, we know that partnerships and coalition building will continue to be super important for this work, especially as these new funding allocations decisions are being made. So I would love to hear your thoughts on, what success looks like from your perspective in terms of effective coalition building.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that that defining success is probably going to be dependent on the community that we're in. Because, so for example, so I live in Flint, so I'm from Flint. The success in Flint is different than the success in Detroit because we have different problems, because we're different communities. The success in Detroit is different than that of Lansing, than that of Ann Arbor, than that of Manistee. They're all different. So success is not going to be a static definition, because in my opinion, that's also not equitable. We need to make sure that we're meeting people where they are. So if I could, I'd like to pivot a little bit more into the community engagement side of things, which we've talked about here already. The state, as we mentioned before, is doing a very, very robust planning effort right now. So the BEAD program that we've talked about earlier, that funding is to put the infrastructure in the ground, exactly like what you just said, Janice, too, about how it's super expensive and how it's hard to sell that to a funder. That's not going to happen until about 2024. So right now what we're in is in this phase of strict planning. So there's two programs right now that we are combining into one, and to spare all of the acronyms and the alphabet soup, we're just going to refer to this as My Connected Future. So My Connected Future is essentially an 8-month tour around the state where we are looking to engage with communities, particularly tribal communities and communities that have been historically underserved. And Detroit is one of those stops, obviously, because we want to make sure that we're getting as many community engagement sessions in as possible. But what that looks like as far as success for that is making sure that we're getting as many voices to the table as possible. This includes incarcerated individuals, formerly incarcerated individuals. This means tribal community members. This means people of color. This means low-income individuals. This means people who live in public housing projects. We want to make sure that every single person who has a need for internet, because internet is a utility, it's not a luxury, and some people still don't realize that. We want to make sure that their voice is heard at the table, because we need to hear what's going on. We need to know what's going on with your customer service. We need to know what's going on with your speeds. We need to know what is happening so that when we get these BEAD dollars, we're able to equitably roll them out throughout the state to serve the communities the way in which they need served. So for me, success would mean attending one of those community meetings and making sure that your voice is heard. Additionally, I also have to have a shameless plug. We will be doing, because we understand that we cannot be in every community across the state, and in the interest of capacity building for communities that we are not able to go to, or even, let's say, so we are planning on coming to Detroit. but we can't get to every single neighborhood in Detroit. I mean, that's not physically possible with the size of our team. So what we are developing is something called a community meeting in a box. So if, for example, Hope Village wants to check out this community meeting in a box, it would have everything that you would need to be able to run a community meeting, to be able to gather the voices or the input from other voices for which we may not be able to engage. So that's also going to be happening concurrently with this 8-month planning process. At the end of that planning process, that's when we're going to have the digital equity plan and the precursor for the BEAD initial proposal. We're going to have that written, and then we're going to return to community to get input, because exactly like what has been said before, none of this is going to work without trust and without that relationship building. We don't want to just show up in the community and then disappear to Lansing, never to be seen again. We want to make sure that we are here, we are consistently available. And so I guess that is how we can define success at a statewide level, with the understanding that success in a community is going to look different from town to town.
Absolutely. At this point, I would actually love to open it up to any questions from the audience, if anyone has any. Oh.
I'm just curious. Is it a straight fiber network straight to the home, or is this a fiber infrastructure and then copper to the home? Do we know?
That might be a question for the city if you're talking about Hope Village, but we believe it's fiber to the home, is my understanding.
And in Southwest Detroit, we have the pilot that we did was for fiber to the home.
So it's just, I'm a former CWA union member, and I used to work on a lot of those wires that you guys are talking about. So it was some years ago, but it kind of pains my heart because I'm just giving you some insight from the inside. We used to work on this stuff, and we saw it all the time, you know, the differences. And I love what you guys are doing. I just wanted to get a little bit more information. It helps me to, you know, understand context and all of those good things, because it's so many moving parts to fiber, to copper. We used to call it pulp. When you were talking about like that 1920 stuff, it's like paper. You almost can like literally crumble it. And that's what a lot of neighborhoods in our city, and we would be in the community, we would be in our garages, black men, black women, and we would go all over the city, all over the state, and there were very, very, very different conditions, and they aligned with demographics a lot of the times. And this was 10 years ago. So hearing, you know, a community organization doing the work to be the voice of the people, I wanted to salute you guys. I think there are some internet service providers who really have the heart to help and to do better. But I love what you guys are doing, and I'm here to listen and learn. I really, really am intrigued with this process that the city is undertaking with this pilot program. So when you were talking, it's a lot of like my tech side that's like, okay, wait. You guys are trying to do a fiber to the prim? That's a lot of money. We used to understand how long a customer would have to be a customer to pay back how expensive each one of those lines was to the house. So I'm listening from like this 10, 20-year perspective to see how it really can impact our city. So I kind of had a question on that end, but more of an encouragement as well. I think I'm going to talk to you, Ms. Debbie, and you guys a little bit more offline to get a little bit of more of my answers. But thank you for your time. This was very informative. I think, lastly, speaking even more to the digital inclusion side, I think why this was such a big impact to Hope Village is when you're talking about AT&T, it's not just internet, it's landline. So you have a lot of communities who, my age and younger, we just go get a cell phone. We just go get a hotspot, or we'll go get some T-Mobile internet. But when you have seniors who you have the disconnects that we were talking about with the gentleman here, with installing new internet and things of that nature, trying to trying to help a senior go to voice over IP versus landline, that's that disconnect that I think this week really does help to bridge this gap that a lot of time is forgotten because my generation, we just gonna go and figure it out. So salute to you guys for the work that you're doing for your community. You've been grinding for a long time in the Hope Village community. It's not easy, but I really salute the impact that you guys are having, all right?
Question is a little bit for Allie, but maybe Janice can chime in because she's in a similar situation. When you are a private entity working with community organizations on bringing this kind of services to, are you supporting those types of partnerships, or is it just you have to be a municipality who wants to bring fiber to the homes? Is there an opportunity for entrepreneurship to work with community organizations as well as a state to subsidize some of the funding coming directly out of my pocket, or can we apply for some of those resources as well? How does that work?
For clarity, are you a private institution? Or are you asking if?
I'm asking as an individual who's had some successes here in the city of Detroit,
Okay.
and now I want to run fiber to the homes as well.
Yeah. So with the IIJA, which is one of those alphabet soup acronyms through like My Connected Future, there is not a specific call out that to be able to work with an ISP. So there is a specific call out, however, to be able to work with municipalities, with community anchor institutions, and obviously public-private partnerships, which as we know from today is a buzzword. I'm sorry I had to say it. But we are looking at it as a holistic, and community engagement is going to be a really, really crucial aspect of that, because for too long, so many government entities have come in and been like, this is what you're going to do, whether you like it or not. So we're trying to really flip that on its head and do the grassroots from the bottom up, which is why we have such a huge emphasis on community engagement. So if the community is saying, if the community is saying this is how we want to do that partnership, that's how we'll be able to do that partnership. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but there's not a specific, like, you don't have to work with an ISP to be able to get BEAD funding through IIJA.
Thank you. I stand up. My name is Corey Pope, and actually, I'm here today. I found last minute, so I really wasn't prepared to ask any questions, but what made me stand up is what the gentleman was just speaking about as far as the voice over IP. Actually, I'm working with a technical company that creates the fiberage and fiber optics. So we are doing the work with the voice over IP with hospitals right now with Precision. So we're doing hospitals. So we're on a kind of the macro spectrum, and we would love to be able to do micro projects and get with other organizations that's trying to tap into the funding, because we are getting the funding. You know, we are independent contractors now, but it's good that this conversation is happening because COVID came and it allowed this to happen, because people recognize that we are living in a digital desert. It's just like the food desert. So like the farmer's market, just like we have farmers markets, we need these hubs with this digital technology. So we as a people in different tribes and communities are making the right decisions when people are coming to put these frequencies around us and we don't know about these frequencies, because a lot of times they cookie cut and put these projects up, but it's not protecting the people. And I think ultimately we have children here, and the radiation, if it's not done the right way, it can harm us as opposed to help us. So if I can have a conversation with whoever that the powers to be, because the ideal is to get it to the people to understand about the importance of digital literacy. and we have solutions for that. So I don't want to be too long-winded, but I do want to piggyback on what the gentleman was saying. It's very, 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 very important to cross over, because it cuts just in understanding WhatsApp and communicating internationally and not having to pay a phone bill. It's like we have some solutions for, the question marks that's there, And thank y'all for the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like there are a few follow-up conversations that are going to happen. Any other questions?
My name is Ben Feynman with the U.S. Department of Commerce, and more of a comment. I think it's really inspirational what you're doing in Hope Village in terms of the grassroots fiber optic open access model. And just to kind of amplify what Allie was saying in response to another gentleman's question, this is the kind of thing we're looking for when we're trying to work together to figure out how to solve this problem for the whole state. And so I would encourage everybody in the room to, think outside the box. What innovative solution is going to work best for your community and your part of the city of Detroit? And all of those options are on the table. And then next, most importantly, make sure those ideas and opportunities are communicated as Allie and others are working to form the My Connected Future plan. So appreciate everybody being here today, and I hope we can see more models like we're seeing in Hope Village.
Thank you. Any other questions? Maybe one or two more? Ladies, any final thoughts you'd like to share with the group?
If I heard you correctly, you said that you all were working on a community-owned model for internet. Did you say that, or did I not hear you correctly? A community-owned.
Yeah, so we're working towards community-owned, so actual ownership of the infrastructure. Right now, we refer to the networks as neighborhood-governed. Because they are managed and maintained and built by the actual community anchor organization. So our role at DCTP is really to resource them financially when they're in the early parts of the incubation phase. We train all of the digital stewards, and then we provide IT support.
Well, just going forward in the future, I think that's an important model, a community-owned model as well as an option. I'm not saying get rid of all the other businesses that provide the service, but I think that's a very important work that you're doing to give people in a community on the ground opportunity to conduct business on behalf of and for themselves. There will be a lot more, I think, accountability to neighbors in providing those services, as well as being able to direct whatever income or profit is made for the betterment of the community. Right now, this is just one of those things where money is going out continually. So I think that's very important.
Absolutely. Well, as these funding allocation decisions are being made, I know that it's going to be critically important for these conversations to continue. So I would just like to thank all of you for taking the time to share your wisdom, share your insights, and thank you to everyone for weighing in with lots of great, thoughtful questions. And this is just the beginning of the conversation. I hope that folks are able to connect after this. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much for that conversation. Wasn't that excellent? I really love the concept of thinking about what Detroiters deserve and working to collectively help make sure that those resources get into the hands of our residents. We're going to pause for another 10 minutes, and then we'll get started with our final panel discussion of the day, which will be a presentation from Human IT, along with panelists from Rocket Community Fund and General Motors. So 10 minutes, and we'll be back. All right, good people. Are we ready to get back going? Yes. All right, I'm going to ask everyone to take their seats so we can get ready for our final discussion of the day. All right, looks like most of us are seated, so I think we are ready to get started. Our last discussion I'm especially excited about. We will be hearing from some folks in the ecosystem who have been working to create accessibility to what we know has been a barrier for Detroiters for a very long time, which is access to technology. So computers, the basics, through retail. So I am going to first introduce our moderator, Joshua Edmonds, the Director of Digital Inclusion for the City of Detroit, Jennifer Jamber, the Senior Programs Manager for Human IT, Laura Graneman, and my boss, the Vice President of the Rocket Community Fund, and Terry Radigan, the Vice President of Corporate Giving for General Motors.
All right. Well, first things first. Again, this is the last panel of the day, but obviously the first day for Digital Inclusion Week. So there's a lot more, work ahead throughout the week, and so we're thankful for all the activities and all the partners who have leaned in there. And the partners that we have on this stage, I'll first start by contextualizing this a little bit more. When I first moved to Detroit, a lot of you all know that, well, at least some of you who remember me in my more frantic days, was definitely running around kind of a bit like a wild man and didn't just, there was a lot of energy, but not a whole lot of people that I knew, not a lot of people that I could essentially turn to help us come up with more actionable things. And so I remember meeting with General Motors at the beginning and really just trying to get a better understanding for how we can make a parallel into what folks were already committed to doing and how we could essentially overlay or at the very least inform them on what digital equity could mean. And so General Motors was obviously a fantastic partner because they're here today. And in addition to that, folks at the Rocket Community Fund were equally important in this discussion because, when we started talking about large-scale digital equity investments, you weren't really seeing partners committing the resources in a big way. A lot of people were committing something, but not in a big way. And so as you're seeing a human IT on this stage as well, one of the very first things that we were able to actually do was get the funding that was needed to take a national entity like a human IT and getting them to staff locally and hire locally and being able to actually move the needle on the digital divide in a way where I didn't want to be in a position of asking, where are we going to get computers? How are we going to do this? How are residents going to get computers at scale? How's an organization to get that stuff? And so the fact that, between the Rocky Community Fund, General Motors, and Human IT, we've been able to actually build out an ecosystem of partners who are now able to not only sustainably take their end-of-life technology for it to be refurbished for residential reuse, but at the same time, being able to be in a position where we're actually talking about retail storefronts in Detroit. This is a real present conversation that, quite frankly, allows us to be a little bit beyond this, device grab that we see in other communities. We don't have to rely on any time 100 people over here need computers, we're scratching our head and fundraising forever for that. We have a partnership structure that allows us to be more responsive to the ecosystem. And so this is the auspice of that conversation that I wanted to set. But my first question to each of you all is, more of a level-setting, ice-breaking one. But I would just ask if you all could just introduce yourself, the role that you do, and what digital equity means to each of your specific organizations. Jen, you can start. We'll go this way. I will.
You can sit. I know, right? I have to look up to him all the time. Well, I am Jennifer Jamber. I am incredibly excited to be here and to sit here among, this group of people that have truly been instrumental in human IT coming into Detroit, as Josh mentioned. I have the pleasure of leading our programmatic work, all of our partnerships and impact work here in the city of Detroit. And Josh's icebreaker question, what does digital inclusion mean to our organization? At Human IT, we believe that access is a right, not a privilege. And today we heard a lot of great conversations, and all wrapped around kind of one thing, which was trust, right? And if you get trust in partnerships, I guess were the two themes that I heard a lot of today. And when you get the right people in the room, all collaborating around one cause that can truly make an impact in people's lives, then we're going to be able to create access to opportunity. And that's what I believe that our mission is here in the city and nationally, and we are here for the long haul, and I'm excited to share the work that we've been doing.
Oh, hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Laura Graneman. I lead the Rocket Community Fund and the Gilbert Family Foundation. And I first wanted to just start out by thanking everybody today who made this event possible, because I know it's been an incredible amount of work. So from our team, Micah, big shout out to you and the team for making this happen. It's huge, and I know how difficult it is, so thank you very much. I get the pleasure of sitting up here and representing us, but Micah has done a ton of work to make this possible, so thanks to the whole team. So at the Rocket Community Fund, we're really committed to not just digital access, but digital equity, as Josh is talking about. And I think we can all say that where we were before before this coalition came together, before this room came together, was really more of a focus on access. And that is just, how do we get computers to people or tablets to people? Where we want to go going forward is really more of a lens of equity and inclusion, which is an empowerment, frankly, which is more not just access, but meeting people where they're at, so that the tools that they need are right at their fingertips, and also that they don't have to think about how or where they're going to access those tools and how or where they're going to learn how to access those tools. It's just all around us. The ecosystem kind of supports everyone to be able to get to that point. So we've done that through a number of investments. The first, and probably one of the more foundational investments, is actually using Human IT as our primary vendor for all of our technology recycling services. So, and I think you guys do the same, right? This really, it is a foundational investment to just say, it's actually a business need for us to get rid of our technology. Believe it or not, we pack boxes and boxes and boxes of technology. And instead of getting that technology somewhere that's not going to be useful, let's get it somewhere that is going to be useful. So that was just like almost like a switch that flipped, that then opened up so much more opportunity for us to think differently about this issue. And then following on top of that, really funding in strategic ways that help support this ecosystem, not that support an individual partner, but that support the ecosystem to help each individual partner within that ecosystem thrive and get the resources that they need.
I want to reiterate what my fellow panelists have said. Thank you for having us here. Congratulations, Micah, and to the whole team that put this together. Really excited to be here. My name's Terry Radigan. I'm Vice President of Corporate Giving for General Motors. And it's hard to believe, actually, that our partnership with Human IT is not even 3 years old yet, because it feels like we've been at this for a lot longer. I feel closer to that organization than normally you would in 2.5 years' time. To me, digital inclusion and equity is a basic foundational need. And it leads then to other forms of equity, workforce, education, community. And so we've addressed, and we are addressing, a fundamental, foundational human need but then that's not enough. We have to take it and apply that then towards getting jobs and education and all the wraparound services that folks need. So that's kind of how I see it.
So one of the things that we've heard all throughout today is emphasis on partnerships. And obviously you all, I'm just going to move this chair over because you guys are like all doing this. But like we've heard everyone talk about partnerships and the value of them. And I think that at this point, we overstand that. But one of the things that we, Detroit, have a real unique opportunity to do is we have this conversation around this retail storefront piece. And this is obviously teeing you up, Jen, but I remember in the very beginning when we were asking the question, where in Detroit can someone get a computer, or a tablet, or even get it repaired? And a lot of people were saying, Best Buy, they were saying Micro Center, and obviously those aren't in Detroit. And so for you all, if you could give just a little bit of more detail about what's to come next and how these two actors that you see next to you, how they played a role in that.
Green is on. Oh, gosh. I love how you laid that up, actors. But, Laura and Terry and GM and the Rocket Community Fund and all the Rocket companies, it's like, I always say they're like neighbors, they're like friends, and Terry said, it doesn't even seem like we've been in this for that long, because it's just being able to do this work together has been amazing and incredibly grateful. And, you laid it up a little, right? Like when we were talking about GM, they were the first person to step up and say, Human IT, we see you, we hear you, and we want you to come to Detroit. And we want to fund you so that you can open a warehouse and drive your mission, which for us is making sure, I mentioned earlier, everybody has access to technology. But as a social enterprise nonprofit organization, we do that by bringing in technology from all across the country into, mainly from the East Coast now, to our Detroit warehouse. We refurbish it or we responsibly recycle it so that we have a sustainable model to be able to do the work that we're going to talk about today. And then Laura mentioned, they are our biggest donor, not only here in Metro Detroit, but nationally for all of their electronics that they don't use. Most organizations have to turn their technology over every 2 years. They're packing up boxes and sending it to us, and we are very fortunate to be able to utilize that to generate revenue, which then sustains our programs. So, yes, we do work together. They fund the programs that we do, but ultimately it's the little things, right? I think about GM. We were first coming into the city, and we thought, okay, we're going to open a second warehouse in Detroit. This is great. We have 50,000 square feet in LA. We've got 50,000 square feet in Detroit. We'll just pick up that model and we'll plant it in Detroit. Well, on a high level, that works. But when GM came alongside us and gave us volunteers that came and talked to the team about, how the operations are set up and how things are working, we were able to realize that we could be doing things more efficiently. So it's the things like that that help us. And, same with the Rocket Community Fund. Like, they are working very closely on housing stability issues. And, at the core, housing and having the resources to support someone at that level is key and vital. But they're doing that in a way where they're working with workforce partners, and a lot of those workforce partners might need devices, and we're just working together in partnership to be able to drive the ecosystem so that ultimately we can do things like we're going to do, which is open retail operations in the city of Detroit so that people have access to technology.
Timeline?
Interesting. No, we're super excited. So the investment has been a labor of love, I like to say. We have been working very closely with our funders, with the Detroit Economic Growth Corporation, with Data Driven Detroit, with Connect 313 to identify a spot. And what was key and critical to us was to make sure that we were in the neighborhoods, right? We talked about today the importance of being where the residents are so that we can build trust and understand their needs. So we will be located on 7 Mile in Livernois, just off of the Avenue of Fashion. It's a wonderful revitalization project for the city and the developer, where it'll be mixed use. There'll be 10 residential units. There'll be the retail and some restaurants. 2 doors down is a yoga studio who was a wonderful recipient of the Motor City Match program, thank you. You know, so it's just like a community in the community, and we're super excited to be there. We'll have about 2,800 square feet of retail space, and we'll be able to offer all of our programmatic services from there. So yes, people will be able to get devices, but you know, we've talked earlier, device is only a piece of the puzzle, and if you don't know how to use it or it breaks, then it's just a paperweight, right? And you're not advancing yourself or driving the economic mobility that we want to be driving to sustain our community. So access to tech support, access to digital skills training and resources for digital skills training, access to devices, and then support in getting connected to low-cost and no-cost internet solutions.
So that is, one, incredibly exciting that we do have a timeline. You know, we do have a location, and as someone who does live on 7 Mile in Indiana, it is really great to be able to see that coming into the neighborhood. And speaking of neighborhoods, I mean, obviously neighborhoods are essentially a conglomeration of housing and a number of other things, but you know, this is pivoting to you, Laura. When we begin thinking about a stable home, and obviously you all's work within the Rocket Community Fund does focus a lot on housing, and there's an emphasis on connected housing. Why is that important, or why do you all see that important internally on the Rocket side of the value of a connected home today, and even with tomorrow's implications, obviously?
So you're exactly right. A primary component of our work is housing stability, and our mission actually revolves around this idea that we should be able, as a nation and as a funder, our aim is to ensure that every American has access to safe and stable housing. Well, here in the city of Detroit, that primarily takes the focus of displacement prevention, and displacement in Detroit is usually either a result of eviction or property tax foreclosure. So we do a lot of really targeted work of engaging with anyone who is at risk of tax foreclosure or anyone who is at risk of eviction. We've set up now, alongside our partners at the Gilbert Family Foundation, we've set up a couple of key investments. One is called the Detroit Tax Relief Fund, which pays the back taxes of any low-income homeowner in the city of Detroit to ensure that they have access to a tax exemption moving forward and that they don't have debt hanging over their head. And we've set up something called the Detroit Eviction Defense Fund, and that is a collaboration with a couple of legal aid partners who work with low-income renters in the city of Detroit to ensure that they have resources throughout the eviction experience to either stay in their home or to, as quickly as possible, have the support that they need to find another situation. I mentioned these two really critical components of our work because as we make these investments, we've now kind of established, if you will, a cohort, like a group of people who we now know pretty well as a result of these investments. And we actually stay connected with those individuals, and we want to learn more about other barriers that exist to getting to economic mobility or stability over time. And so one of the key barriers that we've seen in our conversations with our partners and directly with these individual residents is access to internet, digital connectivity, digital literacy, and devices, right? And even beyond that, I think, beyond just asking someone what they need, we also know that as we look towards the next decade, the next century, it is going to start to become extremely difficult, if not already extremely difficult, to access resources like what I just talked about. A lot of housing resources are online. A lot of the way that we navigate our daily lives is online, and so we can't expect someone to be able to have a safe and stable and healthy home unless they have access to the digital world. And in fact, it was interesting, I was doing a presentation with some of our product development folks, the people who actually build the technology for Rocket Mortgage and Rocket companies, and I asked them, if you were a Detroit resident who didn't have access to a device or to the internet, could you get access to financing today? Could you get a mortgage? And they said no. There's no way. You can't do it because you have to link your bank account, you have to, you have all these documents that live out in the world that you have to be able to get to your mortgage banker. So just like time after time after time, these connections kind of bleed together, and so it becomes so obvious that without housing stability, you can't have digital stability. I'm coining that term today. And without digital stability, you can't have housing stability. They're really inextricably linked, and so that's the connection for us.
Yeah, the framing here is really, really solid, and there's probably another word other than solid I can think of, but it's 4 o'clock and I'm trying. Prior to 2020, a lot of the conversation around the digital divide and digital inclusion was that of a charity. People were thinking and acting like it was a charity. Now you actually have businesses defining a demonstrable ROI and then being able to operate in that headspace. Now, obviously, it's still good that we're doing this. Equity is still at the forefront of this conversation, but it allows this to be a sustainable conversation versus, well, I care about X, Y, or Z, and this is a charity thing. And so I think that, Terry, the equivalent I would see, like you hear in the housing part where Rocket Community Fund is. What is the equivalent part for General Motors outside of the housing space where you all are seeing this is an area that we know we want to impact because we're already focused here and the digital divide has a clear intersection?
Well, I think first and foremost, Detroit is our hometown. Has been for 111 years. We care about it. We care about the citizens of this great city. And so it was very clear in early 2020 that two people in the room right now had the foresight to forge a relationship with Human IT, and that's Lori Wingirter and Jenna Rydquist. And they, so we have this partnership that started, and then we all know what happened in March of 2020. And the problem was laid bare for all of us to see. We are the least connected city in the country. And now we've got students that are at home and they don't have any access, they don't have devices, they don't have internet, and that became a huge problem. And we solved it in a very Detroit way. Partnerships with Mayor Duggan, of course, with Rocket, with General Motors, with DTE. Everybody came together and we solved that problem. So I think it's really, really about identifying a crippling issue in our city and pooling resources to do whatever it takes to solve it. And with that, that's the first step. It's like I said, that then needs to springboard and lead to other ways that we can increase inclusion and equity in our city. But that was a great win when the chips were down and things were looking really, really bleak, to be able to get those tablets and those laptops into the hands and the homes of the people that needed them. That just, to me, was a source of pride that I think everyone who was involved, and there were dozens of people involved, should feel really good about, so that the next time there's a vexing problem that we have in the city, we'll bond together again and we'll fix it.
And see, it's absolutely a Detroit thing, because I'll be honest, you're not really going to find too many other cities that could actually be that focused and that coordinated. As you look at the very first panel that we had on the day-to-day, it was coordinating with our state and the new Michigan Office of High-Speed Internet. And there's still an emphasis on coordination. And the good thing is, when they come to Detroit, they're not having the conversation on how can Detroit be more coordinated. Detroit is coordinated. I think at this point, it's more so how are we taking what we're doing here and actually exporting a lot of the learning, a lot of the ways where it now allows us to begin moving the needles that are obviously going to have a direct impact on Detroit. So understanding at the state level will have an impact on the local level as it relates to our understanding of the digital divide. Jen, kind of going back to you, so Human IT, as we kind of look at the trajectory here, you see 2020, and you all responded in that pandemic in a fantastic way. I think that one of the things was 6 months or 30,000 tech support calls were made, and you all were obviously managing that hotline. In addition to that, I think since 2019, north of 75,000 computers have been distributed in Detroit alone. And as you are hearing those numbers and you're thinking through that, and you see the storefront that's obviously going to be built pretty soon, and you know that's going to be operating. What's next for you all? Where else are you all thinking of going beyond this? Because it seems that there's just been a lot of wins that you all have been able to be integral parts there. But again, as we're looking at the future for digital equity in Detroit, what role do you see human IT playing?
That's a great question. And you're right, we've had so many great wins, but again, not without everybody on this stage and many other people that were in this room today. And I do love to always celebrate the Connected Futures program because, yeah, we were supposed to just take remote tech support tickets, and we pivoted, and we had human IT professionals in the 12 different hubs that DPSCD set up around the city. And that was a big eye-opener for us that tech support is critical. Right? Like, not only do you need to know how to use the device, which we're going to work through with digital skills training, but if it breaks down or you don't know what to do with it because the screen went blue, or you simply just don't have an individual that you trust that you can sit down with and learn how to power it on, right? I mean, the simplest things that some of us take for granted are things that, especially seniors in our community, you know, they just have a fear. So we want to make sure that there is tech support available to all of the residents of the city of Detroit. That is a very big initiative that will come, we'll start to leverage doing some of that from the storefront. The other piece of the puzzle, and I talked about earlier, you know, we talked about partnerships and trust, and the big thing that we'll be doing from the storefront is digital navigation. It's a term that you're starting to hear more and more in the space of digital equity and inclusion, but ultimately people want to work with somebody that they trust when they are exploring what device to purchase. And we know that, you know, people's economic barriers are different for everybody, right? And if you are embedded with partners in the community, whether it's for-profit partners, nonprofit partners, public entities, then you're going to build the trust, and the individuals can come in, we can meet them with where they're at, we've heard that term a lot today too, and we can understand their needs and their barriers and start to work with them one-on-one to get them the solutions that they need. A big piece of the funding that we've received so far has been used to revamp our online HIT Connect store, which is where individuals can go and buy low-cost devices. But the key for us is that we will also have more detailed tracking data. So we sit down and we meet with an individual and they say they need internet assistance, and we help solve that problem. But we can follow up in 3 months, 6 months and say, you know, what did you get? Right now we're doing surveying and we're finding out great things like 1 in 3 people after interacting with human IT applied for a job. That's awesome. And these are the things that we need to know, right? 87% of people that interacted with students within the first month and got a device, their grades increased. I mean, these are the wins that we want to be able to celebrate, and having the back-end tracking, being able to truly meet people where they're at will help us do that going forward, so that collectively we can drive more funding, right? All this federal funding that's available and things to do more work and help the community.
Yeah, and so the longitudinal data, that matters. You know, there's been a number of times where I've been on panels or I've seen other communities raising things and they'll say, hey, we've been doing X, Y, Z for the past decade. And then you ask the follow-up question, okay, well, you started here, where are you at? Well, we don't know. And it's like no one wants to admit that, but the fact that we're going to have data collection at that level, that's great. It does allow us to answer the question, are we winning? And by the looks of it, absolutely. So pivoting to you two here, Terry and Laura, as you all are thinking about, obviously, your roles within the business community. That's not all you are, but for this specific question, let's pretend that is what it is. What role or what advice would you all highlight for other entities or other folks who are part of the business community who might not see a role for them in the digital divide? Or how would you at least say, hey, these are some things that you all could be doing to, at the very least, helping bridge the digital divide in Detroit? So what advice or what would you call out or what would you say to other folks who might still be on the fence about investing in digital equity or using some of their resources to helping bridge Detroit's digital divide?
Well, a lot of people have on this panel talked about the wins, which is really important. We've seen some huge wins. When we first started this work, Detroit was at 40% digitally included. Now it's at 67.5%. But like 67.5% is not good. We still have a long way to go. We still got to keep working. So like we're gonna celebrate our wins, but it's also really important in this moment in time that we don't lose momentum. And I think building more partnerships, bringing more organizations and businesses to the table is a really important part of maintaining that level of momentum as we move forward. So what advice do I have? Like, I think, from a very business perspective, my advice would be, do you think that you can serve clients through your business when those clients do not have access to the internet? My guess is that in most cases, businesses will say no, or that they will say it would be ideal, right, for clients to have access to the internet and to know how to navigate the internet. If that's the case, then right there's your business reason. If you don't want to just look at the community reason, which you should, then you can layer on the business reason, right? And then I think the second set of advice I would give is just take the first step, which is like get to know the community, get to know other funders who are engaged in the community already, get to know other practitioners and community organizations who are working in the space. And I promise you there will be a number of avenues that will open up, either from a resource perspective or almost more importantly, from a communication, organization, and collaboration perspective. Because I think what we've seen is, over the last couple of years in particular, there's a lot of funding available in this space. But it's also almost more important that as a community, we're ready to receive that funding. So it's not actually all about the funding. It's also about the collaboration and coordination of community partners so that those community partners and all of us can take that funding and use it to scale.
My advice would be to have the individual go to Human IT on the Focus Hope campus and work with them, see their amazing facility there, but then more than that, put the human in Human IT and go with Jen, as I did 2 weeks ago, and deliver devices to those that need them. So we went to 2 different organizations inside Durfee Innovation Society, and then we stopped at the St. Pat Senior Center in Midtown as well. And we had other GM employees scattering throughout the city. So we delivered 160 brand new Chromebooks that day, and to see the look on the faces of the recipients. Some of them were for school-age children, but many of them were for older adults. And the need is great across the spectrum, but we got to see probably 20, 25 people that are going to directly benefit from these devices, and to see the look on their face and to see the gratitude. It's game-changing, and it's heartwarming and soul-cleansing, and if after you do that, you're still not in, then something's wrong.
I love that answer, and I want to wrap this up because it's also getting late. By getting late, it's like 4:30. But as this panel has progressed, again, I go back to a time in 2019 when people were looking at this as a charity. When people weren't, they might have been partnering on other fronts, but not necessarily specifically on this front. And you fast forward to now, and you can't help but to feel a feeling of hope because a lot of this work was done. I mean, you are actually talking about human elements, going inside households and actually building relationships with people, lasting ones at that, showing up and being responsive. Those aren't things that are characteristically something that someone would say about most larger urban cities. And so as we kind of look at the future of digital equity, Connect Through and Through right now is in a strategic plan process. where we're thinking about what the future holds. We see billions of dollars that's going to be invested through the state. We learned about that earlier today. As you all think about the future of digital equity, where do you all see it going, and what are you all excited about the future? And I'll kind of give an example as my closing part. What I'm really excited about here, you again have some fantastic organizations who have really shown that there is a demonstrable, quantifiable, empirical ROI to this work. And, I'm excited for that. And I absolutely do see, with the infusion of capital from the federal side, that there are going to be even more businesses that are raising their hands saying, hey, we want to be a part of the solution here. And so, quite frankly, I'm excited to see how the infrastructure priorities hold. In addition to that, I'm excited to see what tech support looks like tomorrow. Right now, we're talking about tier 1, level 1 tech support, where if someone has an issue with their computer, we want to be responsive. There's a number that they can call. We want to be responsive there. But what does it look like in the future? What happens when we actually have people who are saying, hey, I'm good on this, but I might need tech support on my coding application, and that might be a bit of a stretch. But at the end of the day, I do think that I would love for us to begin thinking about a reality where we are beyond tier 1, and we're actually getting into the tier 2. We've already done it with a human IT component here, where historically people are looking at the device piece, and a lot of other communities are now looking at the infrastructure bill and going back to our 2019 conversation and saying, how do I do that? We're not in that boat anymore. We're well beyond that boat. And so it allows us to begin thinking about what the future looks like for Detroit. And so for me, a shifting of discourse and bringing additional private partners who have been on the fence, who are now seeing the ROI and saying, I want to be a part of this family and value system that's being built, and I want to change lives in Detroit off of the work that these partners have already been able to do. So we're going to go down this list. So Terry, bring us home, but Jen, you first.
I think you really hit on it when you just said, continuing to collaborate and bring other people into the ecosystem, right? And when we talked about the Connected Futures program, another great program that came out of collaborative work during the pandemic was connecting seniors. I mean, we got over 7,000 devices out and over 800 hotspots by working with Focus Hope and Wayne State and us and through Connect 313. But because we all collaborated together, we were able to get that funding, right? A lot of times there's a lot of great people doing great work, but when we all get in the room and under the same umbrella and we're driving toward the same role, then we're going to create greater change. And when I think about what does the future look like, I think about, us being able to pull data that demonstrates that Detroiters are staying in their homes, right? Because we are not having that outflight due to, the fact that they can't do the basic things that they need to sustain themselves because they are still not connected digitally. It is just really shocking to me every time I have a conversation when I am fortunate enough to be in front of organizations and giving, helping them with devices. There was a group of women transitioning out of the correction system, and we always talk about, everybody's economic barrier is different. It's not, our story to tell why somebody landed where they did. But when they're standing in front of you crying, telling you, I've never had a device before in my life, then you know that you've made an impact and that you're going to be able to help them. And those are the things that are going to drive change. So I want to be able to continue to be here doing the work, getting the devices in people's hands, getting that beyond level 1 tech support so that people can thrive and we can really see Detroit be a true model for digital inclusion across the United States. We're there, but we can be even better.
Yeah, that's so on point. I think, first of all, I'm really excited for this human IT retail space. I know. When you're done talking, I'll show you pictures. Yeah, I'm really excited to see some pictures. I think this retail space is such a perfect example of why everything is so inextricably linked. Like, no one lives their life in a silo. It's not like I just have problems with digital inclusion, right? But having this retail space allows for not just access to devices and access to tech support, it's also a workforce development opportunity, right? We didn't touch on that as much, but it's a fantastic workforce development opportunity. It's a fantastic training opportunity for Detroit residents to then turn around and be ambassadors in their communities, to be able to talk to their friends and family and neighbors about the important things that they now can represent as a result of this retail space. So I'm really genuinely very excited about that and the future of that work and how it plays a role in the future of this conversation in Detroit. Josh also touched on the infrastructure. I really think, like, as a country, our infrastructure is just, it's using a model that's pretty out of date. And so to be able to be on the forefront of thinking differently about the way that we bring infrastructure to communities and all come together to support that is, I think, a foundational investment in the future of this conversation around digital inclusion in Detroit. So I could not be more excited to be part of this community. I know our team is incredibly excited. So I think the future is bright, but the future also, that bright future depends on the participation of every single person in this room and many, many others outside of this room as well. So I just encourage everyone. I often say, like, you overestimate what you can do in a year and you underestimate what you can do in 10. Like, if you're getting frustrated because we're not making progress fast enough, it's because we want to make that progress, but like some of these things do take really dedicated efforts, right? And that momentum is so critical, that connection is so critical. And when we're working with community and all of these stakeholders to make community-driven decisions about how to deploy funding and resources across the city of Detroit, that's the right model. But if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go down the right path, go together, right? And I think that's where we're going. We're going down the right path.
I think right now there are children in this city that are learning to read because they have a tablet at home. They're getting to grade level, which is so important. There are parents who are able to communicate with their students' teachers online. There are folks looking for work who are able to apply for jobs. There are grandparents who are able to maybe FaceTime with their grandchildren for the first time or do their online banking. And with all of those things comes a degree of self-confidence and self-esteem and real practical benefit to the individual. And so, look, this is the progress that Laura described from 40 to 67% in 2.5 years' time. And the fact that, 10 years is, you can do more than 10 years than you think you can. We're going to fix this. This is the Motor City, and we're going to fix it. And we're going to go from being the least connected city in the country to being the most connected city in the country, and I firmly believe that.
Well, yeah. I think the thing that we would like to see in pursuit of us being the most connected city is obviously this storefront that Jen has been waiting to show us pictures on. So please show us the pictures of this storefront.
Yes, you will soon be able to shop and receive services at Human IT on 7 Mile, which we are super excited about. Where's it at? I'm going backwards? Oh, that's great. Let's go forward because we're going forward. So, yeah, that's going to be the office spaces. We have a vision of creating these pods when we talked about digital navigation, right? We want to have a spot where people can sit down one-on-one and have quiet conversations about, their needs and their economic goals. This will be 2,800 square feet, again, at 7 Mile in Livernois. We're actually facing 7 Mile, but just off of Livernois. Tech support. The goal is that it will truly be a community space, right? So the tables are designed to be movable. We can bring community-based organizations in there and do trainings and workshops because, part of digital navigation is, I know how to use a mouse and I know how to create a Word document, but I really want to code. Okay, well, maybe we can bring in a resource and they can do a workshop and we can get you what you need. So Human IT on 7 Mile coming. It's coming at you.
Well, I definitely want to thank everybody and wrap this up by now by saying that tomorrow we're actually going to be at the we're still at Wayne State University. That's going to be actually focusing on all of the research that's pretty much got us to this point. We looked at over the past decade where we are. So even as we talk about the conversation on human IT, the notion for the city to actually take our retired electronic assets and to sustainably refurbish them, that came from research from Dr. Larry Gant over a decade ago. And so the fact that that recommendation was something that was made over a decade ago, and we are in real time talking about this, to Laura's point, in the 10 years, there's a whole lot that can happen. And so we're thankful for everyone who's been able to come out today, and please see us tomorrow at Wayne State University. And thank you to our panelists for making this a phenomenal day, as well as the team who put this together. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, wait, guys. Wait, Laura and Terry, can you guys come back up for a picture? A picture?
Oh, that's really